Halló? Halló? Jó napot, jó estét, még itt, mint délutánban. Na mindegy. Szavaztak srácok, üdv mindenkinek. Hello. Mi a helyzet? Mi a helyzet, hogy érzitek magatokat? Várja. Reméljük, hogy a izé működni fog. Üdv mindenkinek, szia Tiffany, szia Kiskavics, szia Dániel és szia Mimi. Üdv mindenkinek. A mai nap, hát a címből kitaláltátok, hogy mi lesz. Szia Péter. Üdv mindenkinek, hello. Szóval, ja. Itt még várja mindjárt. Azt mondja, hogy 3, 2, 1. Nagyon jó. Most így egyelőre még csak itt ezt a szép úriembert látjátok, de majd, na mindegy. Szóval, hogy Grand Finals fogunk nézni, csak nincs hangja.
No, I mean you're right. The situation around them looks good, but I've just been burned by iDrop too many times in the past. Like I predicted iDrop to do well, and then it doesn't go that way. So I'm staying away.
Működik az audio is.
Same as me, to be honest.
Úgyhogy nagyon jó. Kiváló.
Make some predictions of my own. I've been learning from you guys for the past couple of years.
Okay, go on. Thank you.
So yeah.
Okay, so obviously similar things. Now, they decided in production that I look most like Queasy, so they've used a picture of him here, but obviously Queasy got to qualify this weekend with his trio. Now, I thought, bonjour tout le monde, j'ai besoin d'une équipe pensée. I needed to pick a French team, so Akira Krama and Werex as well.
Pussa egy kicsit, mert most itt ennen létszíne. Szóval a mai nap itt, tehát itt Grand Finals fog nézni, ugye bármilyen meglepő. Fortnite közvetíti, csak én megnézem, mert szeretem nézni, és ha már nézem, akkor én nézem streamen. Ennyi. Igazából. Nincs más ok. De ja, nekem egész jó volt a napom. Igazából nem volt semmi különös. Köszi a kérdéseteket. Ti hogy vagytok? Nektek hogy telt a napotok? Elvileg egyébként egy perc múlva indul az első game, csak nektek ez pont le van csúszva egy kicsit. De elvileg egy perc is indul. Úgyhogy ja. Addig meg ti hogy vagytok, srácok, mi a helyzet veletek?
You're like the biggest Pink supporter in the world, and you've predicted Akira's trio, who, yes, they're not landing on Pink, but they're like the closest team to Pink who could have an impact on Pink negatively. Are you just a fake fan? Like, this seems a bit random to me. Where's this come from?
I'm a storyteller, and the script I'm writing is that Pink's trio is the last to qualify for Leon. I think they're going to be there. I need them to be there. I want them to be there.
Not this major.
But yeah, I mean, Pink delivers drama minute.
Yeah.
What supporter you are?
Yeah, supporter. Pink's there crying.
I listen.
Mentem a szekna. Az jó.
I'm your list and your best mates with him living, so.
True. But you know,
Ez a lényeg.
You put me under pressure right now.
Na, elvileg indul a game
I want
1.
the verdict from the commentators because I trust their opinion more than anyone. So Taco and Takata, let's get game 1 underway, but also props to my list, yeah?
Nézzük.
Pink, if you are watching, we are right there with you. The entire desk currently on Fraud Watch, but do not let them tilt your crown king because
Ez még nem a game 1 bármilyen meglepő. De ezek a jepperek, bazd meg.
Pink's team is not the only team that's competing in this major 2 finals weekend, Takata.
Oh yeah, too many big names. Look, we've been through the play-ins, we've been through the groups, but now, Taco, it is time to lock in.
Igen, tudjuk, tehát már igen, na, nagyon jó, tehát na, haladjunk már, legyen valami. Igen, off-spawn action, de én azt szeretném nézni, na végre, így van. Végre, na. Köszönöm szépen. Na, szóval első game. A mai nap lesz 6 game, a holnap is lesz 6 game, az összesen 12, és aki legjobb lesz a végén, bármilyen meglepő, az nyer. Szóval így fog menni, meglátjuk majd, hogy ki lesz az, aki megnyeri, ki lesz az, aki nem nyeri meg.
Look things over,
Yeah.
see where they might be able to work out some of the issues that they've encountered. But what I'm really expecting, Takata, is for that southwest section of the map, is somebody's got to figure something out and fast, because there is a lot of craziness that could take place.
Exactly, that's what we got our eyes on here to kick it off.
Ott már valaki nokkos.
Kind of in a 50-50
Na, Mr. Savage-re én is kíváncsi vagyok, gyerekek, hogy 50-50-nél mi lesz a helyzet. De ne gripét mutassad, létszi. Ott annyira nincs gáz. Mr. Savage-ék viszont valószínűleg már nyomják az 50-50-et. Azt látom, hogy Skivy, Chap és Chap meghalt, ZND is nem, ő is meghalt. Ezt nem tudom, hogy ki ez a jó fiú. De, ja. Az a jó, hogy itt nem is kell semmit betennem, mert minden itt van középen, és én mindent láttak nagyjából, csak a csapattársakat nem, de ez meg nem fontos. Szóval, ja. Szóval így láttak elvileg mindent. Most éppen az a legjobb, hogy amúgy valahol fájtolnak, mi meg azt nézik, hogy az öcskös ütötte ki a kocsit. Fókusz faszra kijenész. Úgy látom, hogy van. Vico Veno Flixi, mit keres itt, bocsánat? Ha? Ők mit keresnek itt, tesó? Ők nekik a map másik felére kellett volna ugraniuk Marshmallowsba. Na mindegy. Surprise con. Wow. Tváj nokkos. Tváj halott. Tváj az, aki konteszteni Mr. Savage-et, de viszont Giras nem Mr. Savage csapattársa.
Trying to do what he can to stay up here, but what I'm thinking, Taco, is, you know, they are on this kind of west side outlaw oasis part of the map. There's a lot more trios that are contesting.
Miért nem versenyzek? Hát, ha versenyeznék, az nagyon jó lenne, mert akkor nagyon gazdag lennék valószínű. Mert itt elég sok pénzért megy a versengés, meg ahhoz sokkal jobbnak kéne lennem. Tehát ez jelenleg Európa legjobb 33 játékosa. És bármilyen meglepő, én nem vagyok benne. Sajnos. Pedig jó lenne. Csak... hát ja. Közben Pingvox és Malibuka, csak Ping az most úgy döntött, hogy átnevezi magát ilyen szép oroszra. Nem baj, nem szólok bele. Hát csak egyébként az nem baj, hogy itt ők ütik a falat, meg a padlót, nem csinálnak konkrétan semmi. Na, de hogy látszik Mr. Savage, na, ezt akartam látni. Rizonnek van egy kíje. Megnyerték az off-spawn-t, vagy nem tudom, hogy landoltak egyáltalán ide, mert inkább mi azt néztük, hogy Gripé bujkál a bokorba, meg azt néztük, ahogy a Malibuka üti ki a falat. Nem azt, ahogy az emberek megfájtolnak. De mindegy. Pár émetet lakasztúra állt az első hely. Hát, ha így menne, ilyen jól menne nekem, akkor valószínűleg nem 500 feliratkozóm lenne, meg lehet, hogy kicsit több pénz lenne a bankszámlámon. With teams like Mixing, Combeg, Blaha holding down such a high elevation
here at Shining Span.
Közben Öcskös felült a
We've seen
izé,
notoriously a lot of surge
híd tetejére.
bases kind of peaking up throughout the early game. So many teams just
Ja,
fully understanding
azt hittem már csak leugrik az Öcskös, érted? Mondom, volt. Azt rájöttem, hogy ott van az zipline, vagy mi a neve. Grinding rail.
Yeah, I mean they got 14th in the major finals last season.
És kezdődik a midgame, ami abból fog állni, hogy pontosan, tehát egy ebből, tehát hogy az emberek így építenek két nagy tornyot, majd utána egymásra lövöldöznek, és ja, tehát így ennyi. Kevin, köszönöm szépen a feliratkozást, üdvüdv. Ja, szóval, hogy így ennyiből fog állni, hogy így két hatalmas toronyból egymásra lövöldöznek, és gyakorlatilag most hát egy 10 percig semmi nem fog történni, de lehet, hogy akár 15. Szerintem, ja, inkább 15. Tehát így most így 15 percig nagyjából semmi nem fog történni, de nem baj. Majd, tehát egy, itt egy nagy torony, ebbe is ül valaki. Most ez lett a meta ebben a szezonban is. Volt már ennél sokkal kevésbé rossz talán. De na, fightolnak, na, fight, nem csak toronyba ülnek, azt a... Úgy látszom, hogy cheatin le lesz cheatinelve. Nem, úgy. Csak nem csalnak. Ja, azt hittem már eltűnt az izé. Hopp, az benn van a boxba, dead. Szia Noel. Hát ez egy kill. Vagyis hát már 2. De megölték a másik részét is a triónak. A harmadik, az pedig valahol bujkál. Közben Shogun Solitude-nál is megy a harc, ahol Tripper, Hellfire és Srap elvileg ők alapból nem ide akartak egyébként ugrani, hanem szintén a másik felére a mapnak, de valahogy ezek is ide kerültek, szóval első meccsben szerintem elég sok hát meglepetés érte a csapatokat, hogy úgy mondjam. Mert úgy látom, hogy Vikóék is megleptek valakit, meg most itt a Trippernék is. Úgyhogy ja. Már a körben megy a fight, de ez azért... Ez amúgy jó is nekik, mert talán itt ilyen szélén a mapnak körben nem lesz legalább valószínűleg third party. Mi azt jelenti, hogy nem kell majd félniük, miután valamelyik csapat megnyeri ezt a fightot. És egyelőre ez talán Hellfire-ék triója lehet. Aha. Jaj, nincs build viszont, ami nem jó. Persze, majd lesz nézői, nem tudom majd mikor. Holnap nem, mert holnap ugyanezt fogjuk nézni, ugye? Mert holnap is tart még ez a finals. Viszont lesz majd... Nem tudom, valamikor lesz nézői. Mert ha tudom, hogy mikor, akkor úgyis szoktam általában szólni egy pár nappal előtte. Általában hétvégénken van, nem tudom, hogy jövő hétvégén lesz-e. Majd mondom, meglátjuk. Szóval... ja, majd meglátjuk, hogy mikor lesz, de szólni fogok mindenképpen, hogyha lesz, vagy valamikor tervezek. Ajjaj, Hellfire down. Ja, várjál, de közben ez már egy 2v2. Rumtor az elfeliratkozónál? Mehet amúgy. Ha akarjátok, én megcsinálom. Ha meg lesz az 1000 szab, akkor feltétlenül megcsinálom, szóval... közben Tripper lesz, de a másik csapatnak a másik játékosát, és így az a V betűs játékos, akinek most nem fogom kiolvasni a nevét, mert össze-vissza mozog a drága ember, és nem látom. Vannyi ki egyedül maradt, közben Pix, Darm és Demus, akik Darmot elvesztették, úgy látom, viszont Misha is egyedül maradt, úgyhogy egy 2v1-be találja magát, és úgy látom, hogy Pix be is ment a boxába. Demus... Ajjaj... Az gatya, elmisszelte a shotit. És úgy látom, hogy megjön egy harmadik team. Kijöttek a körbe, Sengil, Jul és Tidi. Nem tudom ki ez a Tidi, de Tidi. Misha, úgy látom, hogy Demus elmenekült, és majd... Oh. Mennyit nyernek? Figyelj. Egyetlen ember, tehát ugye 3-an vannak el a csapatban, egy ember az 60 000, tehát összesen 3-an 180 000 nyernek, nyilván abban még lejön hogy is hívják, az adó. De egy ember 60 000 kap. Szóval az egész jó. Meg lehet belőle élni, hogyha elég magas szinten tolod. Szia Norman, neked is Noel írt, hogy köszönjek, szóval szia. Na, és itt is vannak a tornyok ismét. Tyson, Chicho. Azt láttuk ugye, hogy Skivi és Chap meghalt, ami azt jelenti, hogy akkor most az első gameben Tysonék nyerték a Offspawn-t, és egyelőre elég jól is néznek ki, bár Chichoéknak van egy kis és kicsit kevés shieldjük van, de szerintem a stratégia alapján, valamint a meta alapján azt hiszem, hogy aha, na és most, húha. Na most valaki kijött a Stormba, aztán most valaki kijött arra, akik kijöttek a Stormba, aztán most meg elmennek innen, akik kijöttek arra, akik kijöttek a Stormba. Egy kicsit bonyolult a helyzet, de majd megtanuljuk, hogy eznek, vagy hát, hogy ez így micsoda.
Combat, Mixon, and Blaha seemingly might have had that in mind. They're kind of just hovering the outskirts of Magic Mosses, but for the most part, haven't
ja, hát
really been
azért
able to manifest something
$60
outside
000.
elimination. Cheat and Trexer and
Egész jó.
Rotten, though,
Főleg, hogy egész nap gyakorlatilag azt csinálják, amit szeretnek, tehát videójátékot játszanak. Szóval, ja.
No shot's going to connect. They're gonna have to continue paving their way forward. But they're also just trying to be so wary knowing that
Főleg, hogy egy évben 3 darab ilyen verseny van, és van egy LAN, aminek pedig még nagyobb a nyereménye. Szóval, ha valaki mondjuk megnyeri mind a 3-at vagy 4-et, ami egyébként rendkívül ritka, sőt, szerintem még sose történt meg. Előző évben volt az, hogy valaki megnyert 3-ból 2 döntőt, és megnyerte a LAN-t. A harmadik döntőn pedig második lett, szóval ja, csak az előző évben keresett egy nagyjából $500 millió. Jó, annyit nem, 300-400 000 dollár. Szóval jól megy. Jól megy azért nekik. Szia Alex, azt hiszem Alex vagy, ugye? Te változtattad meg a neved, úgyhogy Alex. Szia Alex. Hopp, közben... Chichót elvesztették. Majd én leszek az első, aki megnyeri mindegyiket. Az a baj, hogy bármilyen meglepő, én ehhez a játékhoz már kezdek öreg lenni. Mármint, hogy nem, mármint, hogy, tehát, hogy így, ez elég furcsa hangzik. De, ja, tehát, hogy na mindegy. Szóval itt egy kicsit furcsa a helyzet, de ja. Nagyon nem vagyok még hozzá öreg, tehát még azért tudnék. Aha, azért nem tudom mi a helyzet. Most itt jól látom, hogy 3 darab szóló van. Twy, Tayson, meg még valaki? Mondjuk Taysonnek van a legjobb.
I mean, Tayson heard the crack onto Twy, meaning it was, you know, either a team shooting him from afar
Szia, Noel, jó
or
legyél.
likely storm surge. So he knows he cannot let Twy do damage to him right now, as if he kind of just waits it out, it should be able to tick Twy down enough to even maybe fully eliminating him. So it's a lot safer and a better option here to play for that revive.
Safe.
But you got to take those shots when they're opened up to you, and as time goes on, he's going to be
Azt
forced
meg
to play
kell
in a
találni,
madness.
az már simán megvan.
Just one shot away from getting eliminated here, but it looks like if he isn't able to
Hát
pick
az a
up
baj,
Beatrice here, in the
Reese
next
az
second, he
meghalt,
is gonna go
igen.
down. At the same time, picks up the elimination onto Twy, but now it's gonna have
És
to look for
itt a
a
sok emberből hirtelen maradt összesen egy ember, de viszont Tayson még ebből talán jól fognak kijönni. Szóval ott maradt a sok loot, és valószínűleg fel fogja tudni szögni a társait, közben Kamiseti és Csári vagy Hári, vagy mit tudom én, hogy kell mondani a nevét. Kami és Szeti, az a lényeg, őket tudjuk. A lengyel nevekkel nem vagyok túl jó. Közben itt van Panzer, Apple és Thomas is, közben pedig Flooded Frogsbomb egy 3v3, amiből azt hittem, hogy egyébként kevesebbet fogunk látni, és mindenki tornyokba fog ülni, de eddig amúgy annyira nem rossz az a mid game, főleg, hogy eléggé a storm mélyén voltunk, és hát még mindig ott vagyunk.
It's a tough position to be in when you're at the point where you have to be the aggressors due to being low on surge. It's a really difficult fight to kind of come out with the upper hand on. And when you're just playing defensive like Heidi, Julian Sango,
ez gyors volt.
normally get that quick cleanup.
Én pesti vagyok.
Changes before you get to the point where you have to take that fight while you're below, but it's difficult.
Most
This is a major final.
sietniük
The
kell.
amount of damage needed to be above that surge threshold is incredibly high. For Julie, Sangild, and Tidy now, though,
Julie.
kind of done their damage. They've got their eliminations, and they're fully north.
Ja, mondja, 900-zal vannak a limit felett, ez egész jó.
Advantageous position of already having the damage. They can take a longer rotate,
azért
stay
a
in zone a bit longer if it means
Stormban
getting into the dead side of the map
ülnek
with less trios kind of based up looking at them.
triók, ami nem sokára nem lesz Storm, ugyanis az első
They are already in the
movingnál
zone,
vagyunk,
ready to
azt
take
hiszem.
shots with the trios rotating in.
And Thomas rocking that mythic drum gun. We've seen exactly how potent he can be whenever this
Na,
is
erre kíváncsi
in
vagyok.
his
Aha,
hands, and
hát igen.
already making good use of it, lighting up teams.
Egész jó megy az öregnek az aim.
This he'll face.
Na, közben nézzük Vico, Venol, Flixi.
Says we gotta check out what they've been up to, and Chicho, poor man with Atris. Tayson goes for the reboot and doesn't get any of the benefits. Vico though.
Hopp, közben Vico pedig lemegy, és amúgy azt hittem, hogy Taysonék majd vissza tudnak jönni a gamebe, de nem, mert Flixiék azok úgy döntöttek, hogy ti most itt meghaltak. Meghaltak. De úgy látom, hogy Vicóék egyébként nem állnak túl jól. Flixinél egy medkit van, Venónál nem tudom, hogy mi van. Meg Flixinél sem, de úgy látom, hogy ők hopp, egy duót találnak, és hogyha talán meg tudják szerezni a refreshüket, meg a lootjukat, akkor simán lehet egy egy jobb gémjük, de így egyelőre nem tűnnek túl egészségesnek, vagyis a heal szempontjából, ugyanis materiáljuk az még van, közben itt látom Savage, Mongrát már egyből összekötöm mindig a Mr. Savage-el. A Venónál is van egy medkit és 3 darab mini. Amiből most 2-t el fog használni. Big shieldjük biztos nincs, mert mindegyiküknek 50 shieldje van. Szóval Rezon, Mr. Savage és The Deal. Vagy nem tudom, hogy kell mondani. Régen nagyon rosszul mondtam, mert mindig azt mondtam, hogy védel. És nagyon nem az. Közben egyébként Vanya, Pixie és Marius sem áll a legjobban. Pixie-nél semmi, Mariusnál nem volt semmi azon az egy csak kívül, amit megívott, és elvileg ők egyébként egész jó helyen várják őket. Akár csak Merstast Fizit és Quizit, akiket most látunk. Őket szintén elég jó helyen várja a nép, vagy a közönség, vagy aki nézi, aki ismeri. Ugyanis ők az egyik legjobbak, és ők viszont tényleg úgy tűnnek, mint a... Tényleg úgy néznek ki, mint akik jól állnak. Quizinél 140 csak 2 darab ilyen Mad Miss Grenade. Másiknál is van. Szia Péter, jó legyél. Aztán találkozunk majd, remélem még. Hello, hello. Hoppá. Hoppá, hoppá. Ajjajjaj. Aha. Vanya az itt már meg is halt. Aha, Pixie és Mariusnak 93 HP, 0 heal. Úgyhogy ez gatya. Szerintem nem biztos, hogy... De megoldotta. Mattia még viszonylag van, hát nem, nincs. Hopp, közben Savage, Rezon és The Deal még mindig élnek. Pingvox, hopp, közben Seti, Kami és Harry megpróbálnak high groundot játszani, ami elég érdekes számuk, vagyis tőlük, ugyanis ők általában nem szoktak high groundot játszani. Ők a híresen kill nélkül low groundon megszerzik a top 2, top 3-at, és így valahogy ezt megcsinálják mondjuk 12 gameből 11-szer, vagy nem tudom. És így tudnak talán nyerni. Hopp, közben Marius meghalt. Mr. Savage-ék frontside rotétálnak. Úgy látom, hogy Mr. Savage-ék ketten maradtak, Rezon lement. Akárcsak Veno, így Vico és Flixi ketten maradnak. 2 big shieldje van, de nincs HP-ja. A Malibuka megölte Nádát, aki vödél, csak Mops Nádának nevezte át magát. Flixi egyedül marad. Rezon is meghalt. Akkor mégse vesztették, de viszont Mr. Savage most már biztosan egyedül van. Hát az gatya. Az gatya. Van 7 killjük, de az a 12. hely, ez nem lesz a legjobb nekik. Akárcsak Mr. Savage-éknek, aki viszont meghal. A 12. helyen halnak meg, ami számukra még biztos, hogy még rosszabb, mert nekik biztosan nincsen. És ne... Hoppá! Na, Seti. Setiek tartják high groundot, ez elég meglepő, ez elég meglepő. Közben a Malibukáik is szintén jól állnak, ők is azért egy elég nagy... Elég magasan... magas helyezésnek tartott csapat. Hopp. Na és most Queasy, Swizzy, Merces, na viszont a szöges ellentétek a méknak, átveszik a high groundot. Swizzy, Queasy, Merces átveszik a high groundot a 11. zónban. És innen valószínűleg ők ezt már meg is fogják tudni tartani, ugyanis ők a nagy high ground playerek. És valószínűleg innen meg is fogják tudni nyerni a gémet. Eddig van 4 killjük. Még 7 team van életben, ami azért elég sok 15 emberhez, egy trió módban. Malibukáik elvesztették Pinget, valamint Vox most már elvesztette Malibukát is, meg most már saját magát is. Pont Merstach volt az, ha jól láttam, aki megölte, úgyhogy nekik most már 6 killjük van. Szereztek még 2-t amellé a 4 mellé, ami eddig volt. Itt van, viszont itt vannak girászék. Rendkívül sok kill-el, 9 kill-el a low groundon. Próbálják kontrollálni a low groundot. Pink Nabs, még ketten próbálják magukat tartani, Swizzy, Queasy és Merces fönt a high groundon próbálják magukat. Most rappolnak majd le. Franek mindjárt meghal, meg is halt, és valószínűleg az első game Swizzy, Queasy és Merstach G lesz. És így van. A legtöbb ember főesélyesei meg is nyerték az első gémet, ami hát legyünk őszinték, annyira szerintem nem meglepő, hiszen ők voltak a főesélyesnek tartva, és hát sikerült is az első gémet 12 kill-el megnyerni. Igaz, hogy most nem olyan hamar vették át a high groundot, mint ahogy ők szokták, hanem egészen későn. És hát így is megy nekik, szóval nem is kellett hamar átvenniük. Második helyen van Dinus, Giras és Franek 9 kill-el. Harmadik Pink Nabs Kiro 5 kill-el, Pinkbox Malibuka hetedikek lettek 6 kill-el. Aztán Panzer Thomas Apple 4 kill-el 5. Aztán iDrop Sky Scroll 4. Vagy 4-ek lettek 3 kill-el. Az olaszok, akiket nem ismerek, 9. hely 7 kill, Vico Veno Flixi 11. hely, de 8 kill, ők csak azért vannak ilyen magasan, mert sok killjük volt, és ha jól tudom 4 darab pontot ér egy darab kill, így van, ami azért rendkívül sok. Mr. Savage-ék azzal az 1 kill 12. hely, az nem túl előnyös, de legalább hátrányos. Itt van Moneymaker is 13. helyen. 17-ek lettek, de volt 6 kill, tehát ők gyakorlatilag szereztek 6 killt, és így nagyjából ez az összes pontjuk, megkaptak egy placementet. Tehát, ja, látszik, hogy ezért sokat érnek rendkívül a killek, tehát 4 pont egy kill, az egy triót megölsz, és már meg is van 12 pont. Szóval, ja, ez ilyen. Hát, vannak még nyilván jó párán 0 ponttal, de ez még csak az első game volt, még van hátra 11, a mai nap még pedig 5. Itt van a 3 győztes úriember. Nagyon szépek.
How many games now in FNCS finals has Queasy won? Like, I think he already had the most of anybody, right? But he just keeps adding and adding and adding. It's just, it's ridiculous.
Well, if I recall right, the record is 6 VRs from Queasy.
Well, that's in one. That's in one.
Yeah,
But I'm saying in
that's
total, like VRs in just
total.
all major finals. Like, I'm pretty sure he already has like the most wins of like anyone in the EU.
But I want to see. I'm talking over you now, Levin, but I want to see if he can do 7, because he did 6 back in Chapter 4 with Veno, so maybe
Elvileg,
he could be doing
ha a
7
Queasy
or
tartja a
more with
rekordot
this
a
trio this weekend. But we're only
legtöbbin
one
ért
game
egy
in, though.
döntőbe, ami
We'll take a
6.
break, and then we'll be back to discuss
És vajon
where
meg tud-e
our
nyerni
trios are
7-et
sitting on the leaderboard.
ebben a szezonban? Ez a nagy kérdés, elvileg. Ezt mondják. Na, 3 perc szünet. Aztán Jön a Game 2. Na. Nem veszek jegyet, bazd meg. Én nem költem el rátok a pénzemet, köcsögök. Elég nekem V-Buckot venni, jó, azt se veszek, nem költöm én el a pénzemet. Hű. Aha, azt leütötte. Ha nem látjátok egyébként, hogy mi történik a highlights-on, ne aggódjatok, meg fogjuk nézni 11-szer. Mert minden egyes game közben meg fogjuk nézni. 2 game között mindig meg fogjuk nézni ugyanezt a highlights-on. Most olyan túl sok minden nem tudok kommentálni. Sajnálom. Rendkívül sajnálom. De már mindjárt vége, már csak 40 másodperc. Ne aggódjatok. Jó, szerintem a következő gameben ekkor fogjuk megnézni a leaderboardot. Mert ez egy elég unalmas. 3 percig.
NCS Europe, we're one game into the major
Hello.
two grand finals.
Welcome.
And Queasy,
Hello.
Swizzy and Murstache took that victory royale in style, and they took it from long-term Queasy rivals Kami, I should say, Fetty and Harry. We'll talk about them in a moment, but first of all, we want to talk about the team that came second in Major 1, because Malibuca, Pig and Wox, I did maybe slightly put the cat amongst the pigeons mini minor in the pre-show, where I was saying I was a little bit worried about what their consistency was going to be like going into the finals, but they've already proven me wrong, let's face it.
Yeah, solid game from these guys. I'm sure they would have liked to end a little bit better, but what they're happy with there is just making it to this end game.
Oh, megölték a mopsnál,
There's a few moments there as well.
Aki még mindig a videó, de
sort of pre-edits coming through.
mopsnál.
It's absolutely vintage Malibuca, and it's nice to see them playing with this sort of freedom that they know they can play at. And for them, it's just about keeping on making these end games. This is what I was talking about.
Amire kíváncsi vagyok,
No team can do anything
hogy
against
a
that when you have the prowess of
következő
Malibuca, Wox and Ping. And I think it's just one of those teams
gameben,
that we expect to frag out in end games.
ugye láttuk, hogy a Vikóék nem ugrottak Masmedózba, mert tudjuk, hogy a Fredoxéktől gyakorlatilag nem félnek, csak tudjuk, hogy Fredoxék leszopatták őket elég sokszor ott, amikor odaugrottak, úgyhogy hát ja, mert meglátjuk, hogy mi a helyzet, hova fognak ugrani. Mert hát ez az első game azért nem feltétlenül sikerült úgy nekik, ahogy szerintem akarták. Tehát majd meglátjuk, hogy mi lesz a következő gameben a stratégia.
It's funny you said. I always enjoy watching Fortnite. I hope so. You know,
No, I just do it for the money.
I don't like it.
No, it's funny. I like that.
was a joke.
No, me too. Sometimes I'm like,
Of course.
That's all right. Sometimes. Look,
decent.
this trio, we highlighted them a bit at the start about talking about sort of the Osborne situation for them. They've been a very solid team at Canyon Crossing, right? And they are one of those teams. I think we get them every single major mini that are just a sleeper team with a really good game plan and a really good strategy. I think any zones that pull towards sort of the southwest, right? This zone was a bit of a foxy zone, so more central, right? But any zones that are pulling central in the southwest area,
Jenski a második hely, nem rossz.
they have those zones figured out.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes from Giras. I spoke about it when I was casting, that he actually coached his teammates previously. Now, of course, didn't, of course, qualify into Major 1 finals. Now he's actually playing with them this major, and you can sort of see that structure to their game. I was sort of looking back, and they were actually doing quite similar to what Queasy did when we broke down at the beginning of the show, sort of staying back in Storm. Really nicely done.
Well, you know what we spoke about at the beginning of the show? We spoke about Vico, Venno, and Flixie dropping at Meadows, but 11, I can see the look on your face now because they didn't actually do what we were expecting them to do.
Hova ugrottak
I
ezek?
told you, if they can pull off what they want to pull off, they might shock the world, right? And this is just the beginning of that. Who knows where it goes? I might know, but I'm not going to say. We're just going to have to wait and see where it goes from here. They started off with Outlaw Oasis. Landing here was a shock to everybody. Nobody was expecting it. And they just cleaned house, man.
Yeah, I mean, if this is going to be what they're going to do now, I mean, they're going to go into it with a lot of confidence, right? It seems like Janus, experienced FNCS veterans going down Osborne. That confidence is going to be so vital for them. Unfortunately, didn't really work out in the rest of the game. We saw a little bit of problems for them going into the end game. But I'm excited to see what they can do now, because it seems like Mars Meadows isn't necessarily going to be their drop spot choice.
Yeah, but like, if we theorize here, right? If
Az
they
előző,
land in a bunch of
tehát
different
ők
places
nyerték az
where
előző
teams
Grand
can
Finals-t,
clean up those fights. Like, they're the best team in the
de
world to do that, right? This could really work for them and be a cook of a strategy.
azon kívül, hogy nem ugrottak egy jó dropspotra alapból, nem kapták meg a legjobb dropspotot, tehát ugye, és utána meg ráadásul egy viszonylag rossz csapat, aki egyébként nagyon jó spawn fighter, csak egy rosszabb csapattól féltek, és ezért átmentek egy másik dropspotra, ami szar.
It's going to be expected going into this next match. Are they just going to keep going through different POIs each game? Like, how do you plan out that? I got so many questions, Taco.
And the other issue too is for the rest of the lobby, you can't even get too caught up in thinking about what Venom, Vico, and Flixie are doing because you've got to focus on your own game plan. If match 1 didn't pan out in your favor, that's not to say that game 2 couldn't be yours for the taking. So a lot of these teams just going to keep their eyes on the prize, and that's getting off to a steady start here in day 1.
Yeah, normally you think the surprises are kind of out of the way going into game 2, but we'll see if that's the matter because the match will start
így
right now.
érdekes lesz a... Ki hova ugrik. Valószínűleg be fogunk ugrani egyből Vico-en a Flixie-hez. Mi a helyzet?
But like we just talked about, Takada, there are other teams looking to throw their names into the hat for that wave of champions and
színű csapatot látok Outlaw Oasisnál.
Heading into day 2 is always a huge benefit to the master plan.
Úgyhogy hagyd nézzük.
Minimap, okay, I see a few names at Outlaws, but is it as much as there was in the last match?
Szóval Noms, Overhalo és Twy, úgy látszik, hogy nem játszotta, vagy nem ugrattak a 50-50-re, hanem ők máshol mentek le. Mert kíváncsi vagyok, hogy itt hogy zajlódik le ez az Osborne fight Mr. Savage-éknél. Lementek, úgy látom, egyből az alagútba Twyék. Hopp, és úgy látszik, a Valhót már le is szedték. Twy is kapta. A harmadik játékos Noms pedig úgy látom, hogy arrébb tudott menni. És tudott menekülni. Nem tudom, hogy nem Twy is el tudott menekülni. Ez eddig jól megy.
We go back over to Vico, Venno, and Flixie. And
mi van? Tesó, ezek egy teljesen másik helyre ugrottak, ahol nincs loot. Az előző FNCS Champion csapat, tehát az előző FNCS Grand Final győztese
The fact of the matter is, though, if I'm Teeny especially, I am looking at Veno and Raz and just thinking to myself, these guys really stole my whole flow, bar for bar. Wanna be me so bad right now. But Veno, Vico and Flixie, they're definitely the sort to carve their own
Wifi Warf alapból is egy borzasztó rossz drop. Wifi Warf alatt ráugrottak 3 darab házra, és most úgy látszik, hogy le fogják W-keyzni Wifi Warfot. Ami nem biztos, hogy egy jó ötlet. Egy csomó mindent el fog vésztelni ez a fight. Hát akkor úgy látszik, hogy Venónak az a hogy én nem tudom mi a taktikát, tehát hogy valószínűleg meg akar lepni a csapatokat minden gameben, akkor valószínűleg máshova fognak ugrani, tehát hogy gyakorlatilag ez ilyen zsákbabacska lesz, hogy ki hova ugrik, vagy én nem tudom. Mert eddig egyáltalán nem odaugrottak egyik gamebe se, ahova alapból számított volna mindenki, mert azt mondták, hogy nem fogják, vagy hogy lefájtalják Marshmallows-t. Ehhez képest az első gamebe Outlaw Oasisba mentek, második gamebe meg Wifi Warf alá a házakhoz, és most meg le-W-keyzték Wifi Warfot. És úgyhogy az az egyik legrosszabb dropspot. Hát jó, akkor úgy látszik, hogy minden egyes game elején majd... Hopp, és ez még egy kill. Hát igen, és ez ennyi volt. Hát ja. Hello Chicken Gaming. Ah, jó. Jó. Oké. Rippernék megint egy másik, ők is egy másik helyen vannak. Na ez meg a másik csapat, aki nem odaugrik, ahova elvileg kellett volna. Vagyis hát kellett volna, tehát hogy ahova mondták, vagy ahova... Ami ki volt jelölve a mapon. Na. Szóval ez is egy érdekes, de azért Venóék nyilván érdekesebbek, ugyanis... Ja. Most Janiszék pedig moneymakerekkel harcolnak. Rendkívül érdekes. Eddig elég furcsán indul. Outlaw Oasis, when you see 3 elims on focus, but Fanain, Moneymaker, Fade. Na, Rezonék pedig W-keysnek Nomzra, aki úgy látom, hogy meg is hal. Nem tudom, hogy... Igen, Tváj az úgy látom, hogy elmenekült, így van. És egyedül maradt, és szopás. Kind of like they did in game 1 and find themselves at another trio. You know, be the ones to kind of put an end to it. Box megölte Setit. Savage is gonna kind of continue making his way as they might even be able to use Savage-nek a lootja az annyira nem győz meg. If they want to go kind of that east side on congested route. A lot less trios contested around there though. Hát semennyire nem győz meg. Not as much storm playing, but you got to think. Várjál, most lehet, hogy Swizzy Merstash gonna be waiting for them if they take that route. A lot of things to consider here. There's just no reason not to follow Tawai though, because even if he manages to get a little bit of distance from Reese's trio. Jó. Valamilyen most már van legalább. Ne, eddig nem volt semmi, most már volt valami. Nézzük. Kyle-nak a lootja egy kicsit érdekes, de nem rossz. Azt az AR-t azért. Sky Scroll and Eye Drop. még lehetne javítani, meg az áramú mennyiségét is, de a 200 csak a 6 mini és a baseball bet az mindenképpen jó. Anya Marius és Pixie. Pedig...
Pixie. This is a trio that has been kind of dominating Flooded Frogs throughout the season. In the divisional cups playing
Nem tudom, hogy
incredibly consistent as well.
Gripé hogy került ide, mert ő nem ide tartozik. Mármint, hogy mármint, tehát, hogy ő nem ide ugrik. Egy közelbe, de nem tudom, miért jönne ide. És igen, tehát, hogy most így itt ülnek egymáshoz közel. Akár egymásra is mehetnek, de nem, ők na. Moneymakerék viszont megoldják ezt rendes 3v3-ba és boxfightba. És úgy látszik, hogy Janiszék egyelőre sokkal jobban állnak. Szia Alex, jól legyél?
Left to run when you are inside of Sakura Stadium, so they're willing to just stick to the high ground. Don't take any unnecessary risk. Focus for Strokey, Yanis. They want to close this one out though. You definitely tell that they are aching to be more involved, but
Körmén ez... Na, Venóék ismét harcolnak. Vagyis hát úgy tűnik. Hydrop Sky and Scroll viszont itt vannak a közelbe, ami hát... Nem a legjobb, hogyha a fighton akarnak, ugyanis le tudják őket third-partizni, hogyha valaki meghal.
The trios down south are going to have to on their long rotate. They can even conserve a lot of the materials and heals, so it's looking good in my opinion for Vico, Veno, and Flixie here. As long as they don't do anything too risky.
One problem that's building though is Veno. He's got Darkisa's trio directly underneath where they are currently boxed, and sure, you want to take the odd shot or two at iDrop's team, but you can't find yourself being sandwiched in the process. So Veno using that natural elevation to cover, prevent any line of sight from iDrop and just try to deal with the immediate threat, and that's Phalanx and Darkis, but Phalanx aimed the moment that he tries to get that overhead view. Meanwhile, Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're gonna opt for a full wraparound disengage, just taking advantage of the campfire now. Settled on the beach. Sure, they might be a little bit out northwest from where the rest of the lobby is currently fixated.
Egyelőre nem tudom kitalálni. Sőt, még tippelni se tudok, hogy mi a menőéknek a következő gémekre való taktikája, vagy gameplayjük. Hát, ja. Közben Fredoxiék Hopeful Heights-ba fightolnak.
Looks like they found Robin here in a tough situation. Do they even know?
És...
Okay, not bad. Few eliminations, still at hopeful, but
megöltek két ember, sőt, hármat.
So many trios just playing in zone for an incredibly long
Eddig
period of time.
összesen.
What I'm thinking now is they'll rotate into zone. They have to pass through
Jó, megy.
Seaport. They have to pass through Cammy and Seti potentially. So there's a lot of trios that are potentially already kind of based up, waiting for them to make their way into zone. So we'll see how they end up navigating that.
No surprises though to see so many other teams still willing to
Szia,
commit to
Tiffany.
some of these storm fights.
Majd akkor találkozunk még.
And Chap, Skvi, Teeny.
Skvi?
This was one of the Frankie's forecast teams.
Skivy.
Kind of hard to not put them on the radar though. They've got just so much fighting caliber inside of this trio, and a couple of teams surrounding them could be a
Akkor ez
big
azt
sign
jelenti,
for them to just slip by
hogyha
uninvolved.
ők
They're gonna make
meghaltak,
sure though that Ivan pays the price.
Vagy hogyha ők élnek, az azt jelenti, hogy akkor Tészenék viszont meghaltak. Viszont Squee. Hát ez nem jó.
They need their full trio intact if they want that end game, and this is such a massive delay for them to have to play for the reboot.
Yeah, this is tough. It's fourth zone. I mean, fifth one is the last one at 1 DPS per second. And they really can't take too much time here. Not only that, now they have the issue of getting chased alongside that. Cade, Ivan, they know there's more than enough heals to play this one in zone as Chap gets knocked down. Teeny left alone.
Teeny halt, és most itt van Kidó és Vorko is. Haha. Meg Cringe is. Hát ez kuka. Rezonék megölték Vít megint, és megölték Nomzot is megint. Vagyis hát nem Nomzot már rokkadjára. Nem, az óváló volt, nem. Akkor Nomzot megölték megint, Tweet pedig megölt. Ojjajjaj! És Vikko is meghalt, nem látjátok, mert egyébként ez bal felül van, tehát Youtube-on nem látjátok, Twitch-en igen. Vikko is meghalt közben. Aha, itt van. Flixi és meghalt, Venó egyedül marad a 3v1-be. Venó meghalt. Haha! Közben Eye-Droppék harcolnak Janis triójával, akiben már csak Janis maradt, mert Eye-Droppék megölték őket. Wifi Warf az egy háborús övezet lett hirtelen. Venóéknak ez a drop spot úgy látszik nem jött be. Szóval ezek a következő meccsen el tudom képzelni, hogy egy harmadik különböző dropspotra fognak menni. Hát, hoppá! Pastroki halt, Focus halt, Tarkis halt. Itt, és még itt van közelben egy negyedik trió is, vagyis hát, ja. Te, az komoly. Szép. Gyönyörű. Szia József. Ez rendkívül érdekes. Vikóék már meg is haltak, az 5. helyről vissza fognak esni. Valószínű. Darkiz elkövette azt a hibát, hogy megállt egy helybe. Skyscroll eye drop az. Te vagy az Adam? Akkor szia Adam. Ádám. Szia. Ezt nehéz lesz megjegyezni, hogy József vagy Ádám, de majd próbálkozom. Na és itt vannak Giraszék is, akik most meg már... Hopp és Sky Scroll meghalt. Vagy hát Scroll meghalt. Hűha. Hát itt volt baj, Wifi Warfban. Hát egyelőre nem... nem azt látom, hogy ülnek egy toronyba kette-hárman, és egy másik toronyban ülő trióra lövöldöznek. Nyilván történik ilyen is, de kevesebb, mint amire számítottam. Közben Kidó, Cringe és Volko is megöltek valakit. Azért látszik, itt vannak azért a tornyok, Pixiék, Gripék, és itt van Voxék is ülnek egy bokorba, akik meg egy akik meg a toronyban ül. Aha, az itt látszik, tehát egy ott, aha, az látszott. Hogy hol ülnek a tornyokban az emberek. Ott is ültek. Valaki most jön be a kocsával. Ez jó.
I like to take that Div Week 5 finals with a grain of salt because also have to remember that was when Veno's team decided we're going to be landing Lone Wolf Lair as well, and then it definitely posed a couple of issues for Malabuka's team in terms of how they wanted to handle that. So the outcome here in the Major 2 Finals weekend is all that they are intent on focusing for. They're even all boot camping in Germany. They're building up that, I think, synergy as a team. And it could net a really positive end result. But like you already know, Takata, you never want to get too far ahead of yourself. You never want to start to daydream about being in that winning position because you've got to focus on the here and now.
Gotta lock in, just like Thomas HD with this drum gun, literally doubling the damage from every other player in the group stage that also have the drum gun in their, rightful group. Thomas HD had 6,000 damage just with the drum gun in his group to qualify him. And, their placements, we talked about consistency, Camiseti, Kari being the most consistent trio as, they played all the divisional cups together. Thomas with Upland Panzer played the last 3 together. They got 6th, 3rd, 5th. I mean, you don't get much more consistent than that.
Elkezdett szavatibálni a bácsi.
Same kind of trend player out here in the major finals.
Talán majd most kezdődik. Most ér véget a toronybeülés. Némelyeknek. Miben voltak a körmázok, nyilván továbbra is a gyönyörű kis tornyokba fognak csücsülni.
Relatively solid success. I mean, we're talking about 8th place finish with Panzer's team in the last major. We saw Uppel with 6th place, I believe, and there's so much pressure on them now that they've teamed up with Thomas to go that extra mile to overlap where they were before.
Yeah, what I love about, Uppel and Panzer too is if you compare to their, Thomas's previous teammates, Uppel and Panzer have a 41% higher damage ratio compared to his previous teammates. So they are, putting in the work alongside Thomas to finish off those tags, get those extra eliminations, and, it's showing in how well they've been playing. But for Noah, Lex, and Shark being 43 below, on the congested side of zone, so many players around you, it is just not the position you want to be in, Taco.
They are so smushed between their floor layer and just all the teams that are at the bottom of this cliff face. Not Riley wants to get the party started. Issue is everybody underneath just scrambling to get out of dodge. They're not willing to stick around. Pink knows the team above us, they are massively desperate. We don't need to do anything. We'll just tackle the team that's one layer underneath us instead. Noah, Riley, Trulex, Shark, they don't have any
No, Riley, Trulex, Shark meghalt.
Jump right in, but Pink make sure that they
Pink is megfog.
Couple of eliminations going big time, but Kyoto, he's got to focus on reviving Nebs. Cringe and Volko still desperate for that damage, and they find Pink throughout all of it. So now Kyoto, he won't be able to stick around. He won't be able to revive Nebs. He's got to keep moving forward. He has Surge and plenty of it. He's got material also. Takata.
He's got material.
It's going to be a tough run. And for Swizzy, Queasy, and Murstache, coming from winning the first game to now being 143 below, down to 49.
Aha, Murstache-ék azok. Nincsen shieldjük. Nincsen semmiük. Se Surge, se shield, se semmi. Mondjuk...
It's looking like a dominoes effect potentially. The damage that Veno's team caused landing so northwards of the map caused teams to kind of hesitate.
Refresh.
And stick around, but Murstache makes it happen, puts his team above. Big elim when they needed it most. And that's gonna be the first one for this trio even. So surge damage has definitely been an issue for some of these other teams, a little bit more center map to find. And Murstache, Swizzy, Queasy, they're content to stay based up, but they need more refreshes and they need to make it to the bodies because they need the loot also.
Looking at this.
Azonban Malibukáék annál jobban állnak, mint... Ah.
The good news is now's the time. You can't miss the shots as these people that are on the congested side start working the way towards the zone.
Das Kuka.
It looks like Merstash is
Merstash is dead.
as well. He's lost his teammate,
Merstash halt.
forced to rotate in below Surge. A miracle is what he needs to make it out of this one. Just 2 ticks left.
Tesó, az ennyi.
Looking good.
Tesó, el se találja az embert. Ott legalább 60-70 damage-et lehetett volna szerezni. Közben Mr. Savage-ék egész jól állnak, mármint egy rotét ügyileg. Vagy a Pixie Marius, előző game még nem sikerült jól. Ez annál jobban sikerül eddig. High groundon vannak, telibe ráhúzott Flooded-ra, ahol kezdenek, szóval az annyira nem meglepő. Eddig nem kellett használniuk semmit, azon kívül, hogy felépítettek maguknak van egy tornyot. Hopp, közben nem Marius, hanem Rezon vadál. Rezon vödíl és Mr. Savage próbáltak volna felmenni high groundra, ezt Mariusék úgy döntöttek, hogy ezt most nem mondjuk, mert nem. Sky, Scroll, iDrop, úgy látszik, hogy Scrollt vissza, vagy igen, Scrollt vissza tudták hozni, és Skynak nagyon rossz a loadoutja. Tehát, hogy borzasztó. Új. Milyen rossz loadoutja van az öregnek. Csak lega. Miért nem mitik? Bazd meg. Szerintem esélyük nincs megnyerni azzal a loadouttal a gémet. Reménykedek Mr. Savage Jake-ben, hogy a második game-ben is kijöttek 50-50-nel, akkor tudnak valamit alkotni. Na. Addig hát egymást lövitek, bazd meg. Nem állnak túl jól. Jaj. Meghalt a mopsnál a iDropnak is csak egy lega árja van, fúj. És ráadásul csak lila a shotgun, fúj. Scroll meghalt. De talán double reload, vagy revive meg is van, nagyon szép. Meg is van egy refresh is. Mariuséknek meg, hát ja, tehát ők csak így elkrúzolgatnak a high groundon, tudod, chillelnek. Marius. A Pixie az mit művel? Szerintem egy kicsit lejjebb kéne menni ahhoz, hogy a Pixie-ket tudja lövöldözni azzal a shotgunnal. Hát, Rezon meghalt, és most már Savage is meghalt. Pixdar, Nimus, akiket még látok, és valamint Pingbox, Malibuka, mind a ketten rendkívül sokan, vagy sok HP-val élnek, és mind a hárman. Úgyhogy ez egy jó mérkőzés mind a kettőjüknek. Jöttem, egyiküknek se sikerült túl jól az előző meccs, úgyhogy most talán sikerül egy kicsit feljebb hozniuk azt az első borzasztó. Na, a Pixnek a loadoutja egy kicsit jobban tetszik. Hát, hogy ennél sokkal jobb loadoutod már nem nagyon lehet. Ennél sokkal jobb nem nagyon lehet. Damn. Oh. Sky meghalt, Scroll azt már elvesztették előbb. Pixie az szerzett már 5 killt, Marius meghalt viszont a low groundon, úgyhogy lehet, hogy pixelte meg. iDrop, nem tudom, Pingbox, Malibuka élnek még mind a hárman, úgyhogy ez egy 3-2 lesz valószínűleg a Vanya Pixie, valamint Pingbox és Malibuka között. Úgyhogy lehet, hogy Pingbox Malibuka megszerzi majd a győzelmet. De iDrop is él még, azt nem hiszem, hogy meg tudja nyerni a gémet, mert hát egyedül van, így is van, meg is hal. Na nézzük, Vanya Pixie, vagy Pingbox Malibuka. Én Pinkbox Malibukára teszek, már 3-an vannak. Vox meghalt, Pixie is meghalt, 2v1. Vanya hátul játszik. Vanya az hátul heal-off-ol. Az a heal-off az nem fog menni, szerintem, mert azért Malibukánál van egy 140-es.
He cracked one of the players, but is it going to be enough to let Malibuka out-heal Vanya? Now it's all up to who has
Ha azért Vanyatnak is van egy kevés híje, nem azért mondom, na.
It's a matter of time to see who's able to close this one out. Vanya did an amazing job putting himself away from the aggression and now kind of looking around.
Itt az lesz a kérdés.
That Shug sprite, that water sprite was still there. They healed in the storm originally.
A kérdés az, hogy... És nem lesz Storm Sickness a Malibukának, vagy Vanyáknak. Wow.
I know you are going absolutely crazy right now, witnessing a little bit of success here for the mates as game 2 goes the way. And I can't really establish them as an underdog trio at this point, Takada, because they've certainly been creating a name for themselves this season.
Look, there's a reason they have the most victory royales in the Div Cup finals. They know how to close these matches out. They know how to play the meta, and they did it perfectly throughout.
Mariusék ahhoz képest a 2-1-et le tudták hozni, igaz, hogy egy kis heal-off-fal, ami... Hoppá, Pixie azért a Burj Khalifa tetejéről shotgunnal szerzett egy killt, nem azért mondom. Csak megemlítés szerűen. Ami érdekes, hogy Vanyának egyáltalán nem volt Storm Sickness-e, pedig ennyi idő után, és még ott volt is egy medkitje, szóval ő felkészült. Felkészülten érkezett erre az endgame-re, úgy látszik. Rendkívül.
Vanya, Pixie and Marius, they're bringing back memories of Major number 1 when they had a fantastic day 1 and they're here to do it again. Queasy wasn't around to take high ground. Well, it's up for grabs and these guys took it and managed to maintain their ownership until the very end, Levin.
Yeah, and it seems like a bit of a trend for these guys. Whenever Queasy isn't around to play high, they're usually the ones that look to try taking themselves, and in those games, if they can make the most out of them, because there's a good chance there's not going to be many opportunities for you to not have Queasy playing for height. You got to play them like this, and they did incredibly well there, Mini.
Yeah, they really did. I think this is what Kami Sete and Hari would have had if Queasy wasn't in the lobby last game, right? They dominated large parts of that end game all the way around to the end.
Tényleg az öregbe, ezeket milyen messzire szerzett shotgun kijött? Miért lő ez ilyen nagyon nagyot? Ilyen messziről is? Ha?
You know, we always see people obviously big up Vanya because he's been doing so well when compared to Fortnite and EU for a while. Marius, of course, gets all the hype on TikTok and whatnot, you know, after his pop-offs last year. But Pixie, this guy is one of the best fraggers in the region. Doesn't get the credit for it. But my oh my, if he can keep on putting on performances like this, he will start to get that credit in abundance.
When it comes to trios, we've heard a lot of the pros say that this is the kind of Fortnite where we're going to see the consistency from the juries that we know and love, and I feel like we're definitely going to see that this weekend. So we'll be back after this short break to talk about how our top trios fared in game number 2.
Na és akkor most megnézzük ezt a gyönyörű szép leaderboardot, amely nem update-elődött. Most már igen. Na, ez meglepett. iDrop Sky Scroll első hely. Hát mondjuk 15 kill-lel lettek harmadikok. Azt a kurva. Az nem semmi. Negyedik hely 3 kill-lel, Pinkbox Malibuka másodikok lettek 8 kill-lel, ez érthető. Előző gameben se voltak olyan rosszak, azért 7. hely 6 kill. Swizik Vízi Merst is csúsztak a harmadik helyre, egy borzasztó 16. hely 2 kill-lel. Girászfának 12. hely 2 kill, szintén nem a legjobb. Pixi Vanyamarius az előző szintén nem túl jó gémik után azért hoztak most egy 7 killes első helyet, ugye? Nem rossz, nem rossz. Pix Dark Demus a 27. hely után hoztak egy 4. hely 9 killes gémet, úgyhogy ezzel feljöttek a 6. helyre. Pink Nepskiro leestek a 3. helyük után az első gémben egy 19. helyre. Egyes második gém. Viszont Mr. Savage-ék viszont javítottak egy 7 killes 7. hellyel. Úgyhogy meglátjuk, hogy is lesz ez a következő néhány game. Ugyanis ha nem tudnátok, ugye lehet, ezen keresztül lehet bejutni a LAN-ra, ami ugye hát azt hiszem, hogy most EU-n top 4, 5, top, várjál. Azt hiszem most itt top 5 van. Jól tudom. Megnézzük. Szia Ferenc, ma sem lesz néző, ugyanis ma döntőt nézünk. Fortnite esport döntő van, és most azt nézzük. Igen, top 5 trió fog tovább jutni. Ami akár még el is, jól is elsülhet Mr. Savage-éknek, ugyanis azért annyira nincs messze még egyelőre ez az 5. hely. És ugye Pinkbox Malibuka már alapból be van, már bejutottak, szóval most jelenleg a top 6, tehát Pixik is bejutnának. Ugye hát a másik trió az hol van? Hol van? Itt van Vico, Venom és Flixi, akik egyelőre viszont nem hozzák a elvárt eredményeket hozzá magukhoz képest. Úgyhogy ja, majd meglátjuk, mi a helyzet. Mikor lesz? Még pontosan nem tudom, de az biztos, hogyha majd tudni fogom, akkor biztos, hogy szólni fogok, úgyhogy ne aggódjatok. Ha tudom, hogy mikor lesz, akkor szoktam szólni általában. De ja.
Just the way they're able to play Storm Surge that we broke down at the beginning of today, and I mean that end game from these guys, absolutely unreal. The way that iDrop was able to survive for so long was great, and just the amount of eliminations, Levin, that they were able to
Szóval ja, hogyha majd tudom, hogy mikor lesz pontosan, akkor is szólni fogok.
Myself and many other people in the community sort of felt like this team's honeymoon period had ended, you know, at the end of last season. What a great time to reignite the passion. If this is the time for that fire to come back, I mean, there's no better time for it than here in the finals. iDrop stepping into the role and getting those frags as well is huge for them, right? Because I think when you think of firepower in this team, your mind first of all goes to Sky and Scroll, but he can contribute as well. And, you know, you're right. This team has the right setup. I mean, we know these...
Ez a csávó, ez úgy néz ki, mint egy modell. Ez meg 2 darab Noki. Ez 2 darab kisgyerek. Amúgy nem, ez a 2 gyerek az tényleg fiatalabb, mint én.
I thought this was
wow.
gonna be that instant karma for me, because like in the game before I was like, yeah, like the way they play might not lead to the wins, but they're gonna get lots of good games and high eliminations, and they just always came out and won straight away, which would have been funny. So thank you.
Ugye, hogyha egyszer Savage-ék itt valaki írta a chaten közben. Szóval, hogyha Mr. Savage egyszer pullol egy zónt, akkor simán lehet egy jó gémjük. Hát nincs, nem, egyáltalán nem rossz a dropspotjuk, csak egyszerűen...
I want to see it continue game after game here.
Yeah, and to be
Szóval
honest, the way they
Smarty.
played this game, it would be a win
Persze,
more often than
benne
not,
vagyok
right?
a
And maybe
top
8 out of the 10 games, you
33
probably win that
legjobb
game. The G1
csapatban
wouldn't have. I think
Európában.
Vanya had
Úgyhogy
like, what, 2 of those,
természetesen
and then
nyerni
Messi had another
fogok.
target splashes. Like, it was just an absolute
Persze,
madness that he had
nézd,
at
itt ez az
their
első én
heels. So
vagyok,
I think the way they played
ez
that game
vagyok
was
én.
absolutely perfect.
Mind a
Just gotta keep getting there, just
három
gotta keep getting
különböző
to that
eszközre
stage.
játszom,
Second
félkézzel
place right now,
telefonra,
looking really good,
félkézzel
showing us what
Xbox-ra,
they can do, but
félkézzel
haven't
meg
necessarily
izé,
shown us what they can do in the last
a,
few weeks.
nem tudom, harmadik kezemmel, ami nincs, meg számítógépről, szóval persze.
I think the only way that
Én vagyok az első
they are already
jelenleg.
qualified to global, so they might take a bit of
És
a
a
backseat
következő
at the
gémben
moment
valaki
to the
más lesz az
beginning
első,
to go.
az is én
Malibu
vagyok.
had that, of course, previously. I think last year it was Malibu and Mustache winning, and then the next major they got like 6th, so it wasn't like an amazing sort of comeback of form for them. I don't expect them to drop all the way down, though. I think they're going to keep up what they're doing.
Well, it was an interesting game number 2, especially as we saw some of our big name trios, Veno's trio and Queasy's trio in particular, go down in the mid game. So let's see if they can pick themselves back up again and give us the game 3 we deserve as we head back to Takata and Taco.
One thing's for sure, everybody is going to be on super high alert because of what Vico, Veno, and Flixie have done throughout the course of the first 2 matches, Takata. But we are approaching the halfway point of day 1, match 3, nearly underway, and I'm excited to get into it.
No, I'm just as excited. It's like a mini game, right? Where's Vico and Flixie gonna land? You know, are they gonna end on Ferdoxy's team? Are they gonna just keep going back and forth? Are they gonna do a new spot every time? All I know is that
Ó, tényleg, azt nézzük már meg, hogy a Vikóék hova ugranak. Harmadjára, mert eddig 2 különböző helyre ugrottak, most harmadjára vagy hova fognak.
Surely they pay Ferdoxy's team a visit at least once.
Come on.
I don't care if it's today.
Azt mondja,
It's gotta
surely.
be
Persze.
sometime though between today and tomorrow, or I'm just gonna be shell shocked because
Na nézzük.
Mass Meadows is really where all of this started. Queasy having, I think, a little bit of influence over this outcome currently too for the map, is because he was the one that actually coached.
Na nézzük.
Ferdoxy's team
Szegények meg
throughout the
tudják nyerni.
qualifiers.
Ah,
Just paying back a huge
nagy.
favor from the previous season.
3-3-at, ami egyelőre nem is lett belőle semmi, nem tudom hova mennek. Pontosan. Na, viszont nézzük azt a spawn fightot, amit eddig még nem láttunk. Chap és Tyson fightját.
Skvi overhead. It might only be mere seconds before they clash, and Tyson just trying to keep himself protected, just trying to make sure he's united with Chicho and Atris. Doesn't want any unexpected blows early on.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of this kind of fight conclude early on. Normally both trios have been making
A
it out.
Vikóék, úgy látom, visszajöttek ide Outlaw
Flixie,
Oasishoz.
though. I'm hoping it's not just Vico. Okay, all 3 of them are good. It looks like they're kind of playing more of the split route, and then from the split, you know, third party, whichever team is fighting it out. But looks like they're back closer to Outlaw once again. But haven't started the third party.
Nézzük, hogy most mi a
Yet again, the
tervük.
key word here, because we know that they love to get scrappy. They've already done so in the past 2 lobbies. They were able to open up with huge 3-piece eliminations successfully in each of those lobbies. But you want to keep that ball rolling, and considering that they had an early spill in the
Úgy
last
látom, hogy most
match, Takata, that's the last thing that they want
Ajajaj.
to repeat. And Flixie,
Nem ők kezdik a balhét, hanem ők kapják a balhét, és úgy látom, hogy most megpróbálják talán third partizni a Crime City fightot. Nem tudom. Mindjárt srácok, egy pár perc egyébként. Addig nem tudom, majd meglátjátok mi a helyzet.
Clusters, you know, trying to find areas where you have a good opportunity to kind of take shots at each other, but this is like a whole party, and I don't think these players want to take that on so quickly into this match. So although Focus was Strokey and Yanis got some good tags onto Vico, Beno, and Flixie, they're not going to continue pushing through. They saw the danger that entails.
Just would have been a self-sabotage if they actually kept trying to pressure Veno, Vico, Flixie. From the approach that they're making, they could tell way too many teams in the distance, just like we knew. A little bit less flooded, though, at Flooded Frogs. Venya, Marius, Pixie, trying to make quick work of their off-spawn, just building up their loot path, and wanting to see if they can be a reoccurring theme to find those Victor Royales in this Major 2 finals.
Going back into Vico Venoflexi in Crime City. Looks like they're going to be opening up the vault here. I'm trying to see, yeah, it's Chap that doesn't want to let that one slide too easily. They know that they were going up against Hasten at the drop spot. You want to go to areas where there already is a trio fighting to be kind of that third one in there, but Vico's going to get cracked. Just one shot away from getting knocked down. Flixie makes it into the vault, and that was a close one, but Chap still does not want to let that one slide.
Just because you're in the vault, though, doesn't mean that you're actually going to be able to make it out. And Vico, he's relatively hurt. But sure, Veno, Flixie, Vico, they might have the benefit for the time being of controlling the vault, but they might actually just find themselves trapped unless Faded, Moneymaker, and F9 have something to say about it. They could potentially indirectly force Chapsky and Teeny away from this location inside of Crime City's vault, but Chap does not want to let Veno's team wiggle their way out of this one. Even if there's pressure spilling in from elsewhere, they are determined to stick around and see that they can get some damage done onto Veno's team, if not successfully eliminating them.
I like how it's not even Taysen's trio. That's kind of like around here. It's Moneymaker's trio. Taysen's like, you know what? I'm done with this. I'll let you guys do your thing. I'm going to continue on with my route. And it looks like it's also how they let Vico, Veno, and Flixie make it out of the vault. Decided, you know, you can only wait so long.
No, they're trying to be so careful. They know this is too good to be true, if it usually is. In that scenario, this Vico, a couple of shots being fired, F9, Moneymaker faded. They want to close in. Issues definitely continuing to build, though. Now checking in with Magic Mosses, Darn, Pix, Demus. They love utilizing the black market at Magic Mosses, but it could potentially come at a price they're not willing to pay just yet. Recognizing that Cringe, Volko, Kiddo a little bit faster to the punch.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about it before. They tend to get like these really big games or kind of mid games, right? Got 27th, game 1, 4th, game 2. So we'll see if Demus, Storm, and Pix can kind of figure out what's going wrong. But the leaders of the pact, Mini Miner with a smile on his face, I drop Sky and Scroll, getting a bit of that fire once again, like Levin was alluding to. But you know, in this part of the game, they're not taking those risks. They're just, you know, taking shots where they see them. And I don't think we'll kind of see them get into an engagement here.
It's not the first time that we've seen this trio leading on the placements for a leaderboard in a major finals, but holding it is a completely separate conversation, and that's something that they're going to have. Ooh, Sky.
Oh,
might want to direct his. You might want to sit this one out.
You might have been looking at the sky too long or something. I don't know what went wrong. Double headshotted.
Probably happy he's not getting turbo keyed for it. That could change though on a moment's notice. All of these teams in their surge bases, it's almost like a facade of a safety net, because you would think that teams wouldn't be willing to get up close and personal, but when you get massive tags like that, it's almost impossible to not want to get more directly involved. As Vico, Veno, Flixie, Crime City.
Ooh.
This is a very familiar background for them, and getting that initial elim onto Faded is definitely going to help out with their current predicament, but they're still having to deal with Chap and Teeny. Svi revisiting F9, Moneymaker, also trying to make sure that they can play for a little bit of backup. Even if they're a little bit split, it won't necessarily prevent them from completely engaging with this fight.
I mean, the good news is they do have that black market close by. They have the option to kind of get some heals, but in the meantime, you don't want to like fully take these fights. They got the knock, but with a trio and a duo in the surrounding area, you know, not too worth it. But Team Chap and Skibidi might want to capitalize on that now that they're left alone. Levin was talking about this. Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, they have this kind of mountain they like to play on a little south of Seaport, and a perfect pull to continue there. It opens up the option to kind of, you know, take shots at all the trios that have to rotate through the south side of the map, even a little southeast.
Typically, you'd see teams trying to surge base on the north and south sides of Seaport to just fully control the flow of the lobby, but they're just exclusively directing their focus towards that southern border. They want to prevent any teams from having those freer rotates, and they know that they can stick around. Got fishing options if need be. And other teams just looking to utilize those black markets instead. Reason could use a little bit of help here dealing with Twy. So immediately the deal looks to play back up, but Mr. Savage also making sure that they can finish what they started. And Twy, Hollow, they've definitely been off to a rough start here today.
It's like a constant hunt, right? It's like Mr. Savage, Radil, and Reason. You know, they didn't want to be contested, but when they were, they're like, okay, we're going to fight. Doesn't matter if we don't do it in the early game. We're going to fight you. And it's clearly going their way. Even if they end up picking their eliminations a little later on, I mean, they still get the job done. As iDrop has gone down, our leading trio. Was it just iDrop? Is Sky and Scroll still looking good? We'll have to see kind of how they're able to come back if they even have the chance to. Pink.
Find out next time. When the observer POV scans back over. But they're not the only ones dealing with a little bit of a predicament. Pump Power, Demon's Dojo, split smack dab in the center of the action. Pink, Kiro, Nebs. And Pink, he's got a lot of faith in his teammates. Kiro, distinctly, the fact that Pink would put him in such high regard and just constantly gassing up his trio mate, that's a lot of confidence to instill, and could go a long ways for them. Here dealing with Volko, Kiddo, Cringe, Volko trying to see if he can get something started. Cringe, crouching, lurking, just waiting for Nebs to overpeak for a moment. He might even be able to approach from a blind line of sight. Nebs isn't careful, but Pink, he's gonna be the real one under duress here. Pink forced to drop immediately, but Cringe.
Látom, nem maradtam le sok mindenre. Pitch boy. Talán. Még csak 29 teamért, szóval, ja. Most pedig enni fogok, úgyhogy most csönd lesz egy ideig, meg nem lesz kamera.
They're already doing a decent job in 7th place, so all they have to do is kind of hold on in these early to mid games and keep getting to those lates. As we look at one of the most, if not the most consistent trios throughout the day today. Malibuka, Ping, and Walks. Levin mentioned it. I mean, they're already qualified to the Global Championship alongside Vico, Beno, and Flixi, but they are still showing why they ended up qualifying in just the first major of the year.
Hey, Lone Wolf might not have a black market, but it does have a vault and plenty of resources to kind of build off of. That is for sure the intention behind Malibuka's team. iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, though, all back together yet again. So successful rescue mission by Sky and Scroll. iDrop definitely going to be happy to be back in action with his teammates, but they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do here, Takada. They are so far out in Storm, and even if they're able to make a pass next to that backwoods black market, they're still so far behind on Surge now compared to what they'd probably started off with.
I got faith, though. I mean, starting off so strong with matches, you know, that big, it gives you a good kind of motivation boost moving into the next ones. A good bit of confidence if you have to take those fights. As Sangold actually just got knocked in front of them to Storm. If they have the right timing, they might be able to make something happen. Kamiseti Hari, it looked so good starting off the day. They were pulling all the zones, but in game 2, they weren't quite able to put on the performance that they would have wanted to. So hopefully now they can kind of fix up their mistakes.
You will never be able to convince me that Seti, Kami, and Hari aren't a leading favorite, though, when they are uncontested and in a competitive meta that prioritizing dealing with these surge bases. These guys are potent as ever. And Kami, he's just gonna focus up on making sure that they've got more than enough mats, more than enough materials to work with for wherever they decide to rotate next. Hardy and Seti holding the teams on island at bay. Akira, spot of trouble here. He's got pressure coming in from the team outside of the surge base on the island, but he's also got to deal with the team directly fighting him. And big elimination onto Volko, Cringe, and Kiruo. Nowhere left to run. Unfortunately for him, the Shogun playing a huge part. Karamo should be able to utilize a double revive, but the Shogun getting involved, that's gotta be a tick for the Aussie Antics bingo board, right?
The Shogun 1v3 would be crazy if he continued forwards. We can see a replay of how this kicked off, though. Huge shot onto Cringe, kind of gave them that upper hand in the fight. But Vico, Veno, Flixie once again battling it out. Vico has been eliminated. Flixie falls shortly after, and now it's all up to Veno.
Hát ez nekik megint mennyi
He
lesz.
goes down.
Ez kakja.
26th place once again, matching their placement from last match. This is not what you want to see from a trio that's already qualified to the global championship.
But what's crazy is that this started off in Crime City, and now Chaptini, they actually chased out Veno's trio all the way to the likes of Lone Wolf Lair. And it might just pay the ultimate price here, because Jewel, Sandguild, they are clearly on the hunt for a little bit of additional surge damage, if not just getting that siphon in the first place. But Jewel just not healthy enough to match it. Teeny finds the shots, able to switch out that infiltrator now for a sentinel pump, and that is already a massive win for Chapentini, as now they leave Lone Wolf with 7 eliminations, but they want to bring Skvi back into this.
Yeah, and they'll be able to do exactly that. I mean, they cleaned up that fight at the same time, basically. As you can see, they not only finished up the previous one quickly, but this is huge for Chaptini and Skvi. They're looking like they're in a kind of rough spot to play out this tournament, but they're making the best out of it. And it looks like Namzawa, Olo, and Twy are now at Seaport. They did kind of have that battle against Mr. Savage in the early game. I believe 2 of them went down, but having to go against Mr. Savage into Queasy shortly after, this is not really the position you want to be in.
This is exactly what Queasy's team was after. They opt to stick around so often inside the storm because they know we can play the dead side rotates, we can play the wraparound angles, and we can also look to punish teams that are playing for the reboot inside the storm. Twy, Noms, just more bodies being added to the count here. The Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy will now have the luxury of picking which direction they head next, because Avahalo has been capitalized on. Queasy will need the double revive, but no real pressure for concern just yet.
iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, they're back in the game. They had a rough start, though, after iDrop ended up getting knocked, and now, as iDrop's gotten eliminated, Sky and Scroll, or at least are able to pick up a couple knocks, and alongside that, some eliminations as well. But they gotta be careful. Sky's already fully cracked. Scroll has to try and finish focus off. There's more trios in the surrounding area. They're dead center of zone. All eyes are going to be on them. They have to finish this up quickly, but as Sky gets knocked, Scroll's left alone. It's gonna be impossible to bring them back in the game. This is not an ideal situation for the #1 trio in the lobby right now.
1 step forward, 2 steps back. They might have been able to get the reboot off onto iDrop, but you don't get to pick and choose your fights after that. When you are so low on Surge, even with the eliminations they did gather, they were just so incredibly low there. Takata, be very surprised to see them make something out of that scenario. in comparison to a trio like Malibuka, Walks, and Ping. Just chilling at Magic Mosses, currently in a position that could look to definitely control who actually gets to go in and out of this backwards black market.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting depending on where this zone pulls as well for this late game, how close the black market is. It's interesting how many trios are still, you know, outside the zone despite getting closer and closer to that 7th zone where storm damage is 5 ticks per second. They know that there's got to be those trios that are playing zone kind of making their way in now.
Scroll has nowhere left to run, though. He's just trying to pick off whatever shots he can. But when you're gazing out into the distance as a solo in 7th zone of all places, Takada, it is so difficult to actually try and convert this into anything more than maybe a handful of extra placement points. And already Scroll, the moment that he pops up, focus immediately will take advantage, but the slide knockoff actually takes out
Az vicces volt egy kicsit.
end up also being eliminated in the mix-up here, but it's just the fact that Focus even gets slide knocked in the first place.
That is insane.
Hoppá!
To knock off your opponent like that, elim him to fall damage.
Nem is rossz az a loot. Lehetne több mini meg big, de nem is rossz az a loot.
It's gonna delay them though.
Lehetne egy kicsit a mat is, de nem is rossz az a loot. Young Savage. Mr. Sausage.
Now, in terms of high ground, Mr. Savage here, right under, I believe, Queasy's whole trio here.
Akkor ki gondolta volna, hogy Queasyék vannak a AG-n, bazd meg.
Will it pull towards them? Will it not? I don't know if they care. They might go for it either way, but so far their job, do enough damage and be ready for whatever happens when that 8th zone appears.
So long as Queasy is in a lobby, much less a finals lobby, you can never expect height to be a guarantee for anyone who isn't Queasy. Mustache, Swizzy, just keeping tabs on the flanks, trying to ensure that the direction that they choose to head next is completely cleared out.
Now, Thomas HD, despite getting 15th in the last match, he is still leading the whole lobby in terms of damage. Almost 3,000 damage, 2nd place at 2,400 being Mustache. I mean, this guy does not miss. 300 above already. They've got that elimination, but Reason has gone down. Savage and Vidil, they fought Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache. They wanted to play for that height. They lost now both of their teammates. Savage is left alone and at just 27 HP, a sliver of HP, one tick of surge would be all it takes, but they go down before being able to pick up those points in the late game. That is a crucial, devastating end to game 3.
And Swizzy knew that it's Chap and Teeny now on the other end of this mid-ground layer because Mustache, he kind of kick-started all of this, finding that initial elimination onto Reason, then continuing his aggression onto Vidil, one after the next. That didn't leave Mr. Savage anywhere to run aside from into the hands of Chap, Teeny, and Svi. Cammy, Hari, Seti trying to take advantage though of a lot of the confusion that was starting to build. But overhead on the bridge, cranking up. Cammy wants a little piece of the pie here. When the height conversation starts to take place, this is definitely one of our teams that can heavily threaten Queasy.
Not only did the zone not pull towards Queasy and Savage, but they ended up fighting, like you said, Talk, when it caused Cammy, Seti, and Harry to kind of take that high position once again, similar to game 1, but they have used quite a bit of materials. They might want a pullback to be able to hold this on all the way to the last moving zone. But Pixie, Marius, and Vanya are trying to maybe even chop them down here. They're so close to doing so. This could kind of disrupt them, not only in positioning, but cause them to use a lot more materials once again.
Cammy, Seti, and Hari, they know it can be very difficult to keep control of those teams in your underbelly of that secondary height. Malibuka, Walks, Ping, but they're not looking to let up the pressure anytime soon either. Just immediately taking out Kiro. All eyes focus onto Teeny now. He's just under so much heavy fire. The focal point of Malabuka's trio. But Malabuka gonna close off their backside and now continue to tarp his way forward. Doesn't want to get caught in congestion. Mustache and Sweezy though, they've lost Queasy as a duo, a dynamic duo at that. Big elimination onto Darkkeys. That's gonna be an extended lifeline for sure. And another one for Mustache. He can't keep getting away with this. Prax shut down in the crossfire as Mustache now looking to control this secondary height. A little bit of material goes a long way for him and Swizzy.
Just getting started when you got two fraggers of this caliber going at it. They're able to clean up a good amount of eliminations as Thomas HD with the pre-edits, looking to see if they can even pick up a refresh. Just 11 builds onto Thomas now. Zone pulling slightly up this hill. So many trios stuck down below. It opens up that option to kind of take shots on the ones especially low on shield. Where will this pull? It's going to pull towards boxcars, so they don't have to keep elevating themselves. Good for the trios down below. Cammy Seti Harry doing an amazing job of maintaining height, and Marius Vanya Pixie now ahead of the zone.
But Marius and Pixie, they were looking a little bit low, a little bit stressed on their damage. No longer a concern though. The lobby is thinning out at a rapid rate here. Seti gonna be the first one to drop. Cammy Hardy still overhead. Seti now looking to see if he can find a point of connection. And Cammy directly overhead, just continuing to ensure that no one can threaten Poland up top. They want their Polska Gura moment, that's for sure. And Swizzy, barely any HP left to work with. A singular tag would be enough to take him out. But he has other plans. Instead, it's going to be Karama on the receiving end. Swizzy waiting for that siphon to take over. And Swizzy just continuing to manage to squeeze his way through that pullback as well. That elimination onto Akira. They never saw it coming. Swizzy, just a madman.
Swizzy is not finished, as now that siphon has put him back up to 50 shield, 100 HP to work with, looking way healthier than earlier. The issue is so many trios around them. Marius, though, close by. One shot could be all it takes to pick him up, as now he decides he's gonna get to a less congested side of
csak
the zone.
meghalt.
Going down, it's gonna be Fredoxy.
Fredoxy az hova megy?
Jug making his way back in.
This was a massive risk though from Fredoxy. He ate so much damage from Storm. Wax has no idea though, but
Fredoxy az hova ment, tesó? Tehát egy világkörön jutott, vágod? Hopp, Pixie hal. Hopp, összetik, ami Harry a high groundon. Megnyerhetik.
Hill face, and this is all but said and done here as Cammy Seti Hari just trying to spray out these last couple of remaining opponents on the low ground. Malabuka Walks doing so much heavy lifting. They take out Chino, but they know what lies at the end of this tunnel. They're gonna have to deal with Poland eventually, and Seti
Hát igen.
they don't want to let this opportunity slip by.
Azért ezt megnyerték valószínűleg.
And they are taking full positional advantage here.
Vanya,
Seti closing
Vox.
in. Vanya cleaned up amongst the mess, and
Hát ez ennyi.
hoping that he can get some form of a heal off in tow. Still 5 splashes though for
Hát tesó, ez ennyi.
They're gonna need a insane heal off for Walks if he wants to come out on top. The
Hát ja,
perfect
ez ennyi
zones
volt.
for
GG.
Cammy, Seti, and Hari. All they had to do was capitalize on it, and they have done it. I love to see a victory royale from this trio so early on. They didn't perform to expectations in Major 1. They've been the most consistent trio throughout the Divisional Cup finals here in Major 2. Finally getting a finals uncontested, and now being able to take home the win in Game 3. This is exactly what we've been waiting for.
Az lenne vicces, ugye Cammy Seti és Hari nem a legjobb fighterek, sőt, nem a legjobb fighterek, nem ők a konzisztenciára építenek. Az lenne az érdekes, Venó megpróbálna ráugrani Cammy Seti Harira.
A clean victory royale at that for Poland, but what do Frankie, Levin, and Minnie have to say?
I think I need to ask a quick question actually. Mini Minor, what day of the grand finals is it?
1.
I thought it was day 2 because Cammy, Seti, and Harry, they're showing up. What's going on, Mini Minor?
Well, they're doing great. I mean, it was a very similar game to what we saw in game number one.
Most azt hiszi, hogy nagyon vicces volt a néni.
Early on, they took it in that sort of 8th zone. This time, though, worked out much better for them. I think a key element, we talked about it after last game, Queasy wasn't in the lobby, right? They were wounded. They were down to just a duo and then ultimately a solo. So they just had that freedom to play how they wanted to play up on high. Really nice to see them actually picking up a win as well. And I thought they weren't going to get it right there at the end because of the way that zone pulled, but nice to see them getting it dub.
I mean, yeah, summed it up pretty
Jaj, de szép játékos ott középen az öcskös.
Look, I said at the start of the day, you know, City was pointing at that watch, and it is that time. You know, they get that win. I think the big thing for these guys, right, is like, we know uncontested they're going to be good. They're going to get a couple wins here and there. I think a lot of people are going to ask the question of will they have enough limbs to keep up with, you know, the likes of Malibuka and whatnot, who obviously going to be way up there in the standings. And I guess now the other thing that these guys have to start factoring in is, you know, is a team like Velo and them going to start maybe landing near them and giving them problems? Because when they are in these end games, they do this, right? You know, they can play low. We know that. We've seen that. But they also can play high gun incredibly well in these lobbies as well. So really impressed by these guys so far.
És Pali, hát mit csinált?
Because I remember last Globals last year, Kami and Seti actually won a game in that Globals. And the stat that I mentioned and that I was given was that was the first game in the entire of all of the majors, Major 1, 2, 3, and of course the Globals, where they actually picked up a victory royale. So it's nice to see them actually winning. And thinking back, it's kind of like, yeah, they don't actually win that many games when it comes to the finals. Shows how troublesome they've been in these sort of past few finals. But it's nice to see them doing it here, and maybe this is their time.
Maybe it could be their time. I mean, it was their time in 2022. Why not do a repeat in 2025? We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking all about game number 3.
Ez a szünet, ez nekünk viszont azt jelenti, hogy megnézzük a leaderboardot. Ami úgy néz ki, hogy Pingvox és Malibuka állnak a második helyen. Nagyon szép. Mi? Az első helyen, bocsánat. Csak 2 darab második helyet szereztek eddig, azért néztem be. Suzy Quizy Merces visszaszerezték a második helyet. Nincs oda zene megy. Vanya Pixie Marius harmadikok. Így harmadik helyet sikerült összeszedniük. Nincs túl sok kijük, de van konzisztens placementjük. Akárcsak Skyscroll mi? Nem. Szetik, ami Harinak. Ugyanúgy konzisztenciára építenek a negyedik helyen. iDrop Skyscroll, most ez az utolsó gémet, ezt elrontották, de még van 9 gamig, szóval bárminek történt. Dinos, Giras és Fenek pedig az első kiváló második helyük után 2 darab 12-kel lecsúsztak a 6. helyre. Fretoxy azonban az ellentetje, ők pedig az első rossz game után feljöttek 2 darab jó gémmel a 7-re. Úgyhogy egyelőre jól megy a Masmedorzánkon nekik. Thomas Apple Panzer, ők róluk még olyan nagyon sok minden nem láttam igazából, azon kívül, hogy már megemlítették, hogy 42-szer, hogy a Thomas az a legjobb damage-elő ember, és ja, az olaszokról se láttam még túl sok mindent eddig. Big Nepskiro 2 rosszabb gameből, akárcsak Mr. Savage-ék ezzel a borzasztó 18. hellyel, de nem kell aggódni, valamint Pigstorm és Demusnak se sikerült túl jól ez a game, vagy Rico Flixivenónak sem, szóval ja. Lesz mit javítaniuk nekik ezen a válóhelyezésen, ami eddig őket érte. És még van 0 pontos csapatunk, a Mr. Savage-et kontesztelő Noms, Ovahalo és Twi. Hát szopás, mármint egy szívás.
Welcome back to the FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals. And so far today, our first 3 games have truly delivered. So let's talk about our hot favorites, because Queasy went
Sok az embetűs Manibuka Mersztecs Marius.
game there in game number 3. However, he's got fantastic teammates in Swizzy and Mustache. Mustache in particular showing up and showing off, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, if you're Queasy, you want to be playing with 2 of the best fraggers in the world, because in games where you might not be able to put on the IGL in masterclass, you know they're going to bail you out with their fragging ability. And I mean, again, you know, in this game, it wasn't a spectacular game in terms of just the final finish and everything, but what Mustache and Swizzy are able to do in terms of getting points out of the game in the limbs and just popping off as a duo and then eventually solo, it keeps you in the running, right? It keeps you high up in the standings, Mini.
Yeah, this is exactly what we spoke about last major as well. I know Mustache was one that was just keeping this trio up there, doing so much damage. I think he was the damage leader in last grand or last major finals, and what he was just able to do was just to keep them alive and keep them going. Swizzy doing the exact same, and this is exactly what you need, as you mentioned. I think a lot of their sort of troubles came from that fight. I think it was against Twi's team there at Seaport City. Just went on a little bit too long. Then, of course, they were late getting into the zone, but it's those clutches, those duo clutches right there, and of course, ultimately the solo clutch from Swizzy that really keeps them in the standings.
Can I ask you guys about our team at the top of the leaderboard here? Wox, Malabuka, Ping. I feel like watching them and my untrained non-analyst eye, they've got this high-risk, high-reward play style. And maybe I'm wrong here, because they seem to be the most consistent trio in the lobby so far, Mini.
Yeah, unrelenting pressure in endgame. You're absolutely right. I mean, that's all they do. It's just constant pressure. Those pre-edits coming through yet again. Always looking for something. You can even see, look at the amount of builds they have right there. They don't need all these refreshes necessarily. They can just start front side of zone, but what they're able to do is they're able to take advantage of players that aren't looking so good, that are looking in the wood, that are looking sort of a little bit weak on the backside of zone, and really take advantage of their loot and, of course, their refresh. So that's what this team do really, really well, and not an ideal performance from them, of course, in a couple of the games. I think they had a 7th today in one of the games, but a nice sort of second here to clutch up this game.
I mean, I'll take the 7th if I have 2 other seconds.
Well, yeah, that's true. It's not too bad. And they're first.
If I'm sitting on first in the leaderboard, I'm not going to be crying about the second.
They're boring, though. They want to be second every game.
I mean, look, it's funny because Frankie rightfully mentions, like, it's kind of a bit of a juxtaposition, to go back to my GCSE English days.
Micsoda izé haja van.
That plays, you know, seemingly this high-risk style in these endgames, but they've been the most consistent in getting to endgames.
amúgy háló visszajöttem, szia.
Play out that way, right? So, again, this team, I'm liking. You know, if you are someone who believed that they genuinely were going to come out here and win FNCS this season, you will be smiling and laughing at everybody right now.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard again. I'm interested in page number 2, because one of the big talking points so far from today has been Vico, Veno and Flixie deciding, you know what, we're not going to contest for Doxy's trio at Mars Meadows. We're actually going to surprise everyone in the lobby. But to be honest, they've surprised us on the desk, because they're currently sitting in 14th place, and I did not have that on my bingo card for today, Mini Miner.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a great performance from them in game number 1. They made that end game, and it just hasn't quite worked out. Levin, we saw them in that game actually landing in the same spot that they landed in the very first game, but they didn't take advantage of that Oasis fight, so they sort of ended up rotating away. They got beat in the back, so if they don't do it well, this is the risk of that strategy, right? They could get beaten in the back. They could just enter uncharted territory.
Kíváncsi
If
vagyok,
they do it well, which they
mi lesz a következő
it could really work out.
I
stratégiájuk.
don't think the problem's actually been the strat though. Like when you look at just the actual strat of them, like sort of landing in different places and looting sort of outskirts and then getting involved in some of the bigger POIs and some of the other fights, that's been working a treat. Like it's been going really great. It's the after that, like playing out the rest of the mid game, going into end game where they've really had the struggle. So I wonder how that plays in. I think, you know, it's easy to just say, oh, some minor mistakes, but I think the strat is working.
Úgyhogy meglátjuk, hogy mi lesz a jövő game stratégiája számukra.
And you're in slightly uncharted territory, then that's going to maybe unsettle you, especially when the pressure is on.
I think that plays a part, right? Because we know teams have certain rotations they take,
hamarosan.
you know, due to familiarity of the spot.
A harmadik game elején,
Sort of how to play the mid game out from your
mi?
spot.
Negyedik game elején, hogy hol fognak landolni, és hogy fognak teljesíteni onnan.
know how to do. It's just the execution of it, right? That's the real problem right now.
Well, they've got 3 more games left this day 1 to pick things up. So let's head over to Taco and Takata to see if they can do it.
Thank you, Frankie. I mean, that stability is kind of what you need in these major finals, though, is the issue. You know, I'm thinking, Taco, is there going to get a point where Vico, Veno, Flixie are like, you know what? we're going to Masked Meadows. We're just going to make it happen. We're going to go for the constant 3v3 every game, or are they going to keep switching it up? What do you think?
They're not a team that needs the element of surprise to manifest their own level of success. We know exactly what they're capable of. We know what kind of standards they set for themselves. And I know I'm excited to see what they do here in Game 4.
Így van. Nézzük, hogy mi a helyzet. Annyira van délbe.
The bingo time is here. Where are they going to drop? Is it going to be an outskirts? Is it going to be something new? We also have Mr. Savage, who's been leading in every single game against Twy, Awahalo, and Noms down at the southern kind of snowy mountains.
Valóban az is egy érdekes
A lot of interesting kind of early game engagements, but
helyzet lesz.
consistency is kind of what's lacking for these trios that aren't yet in that top 10, top 5. Very impressed with Malabuka and his trio, but for Pink, Nebs, and Kiro, they're down to 10th place now. They started off incredibly strong with a third, following a 19th and 11th.
Azt nézzük, ahogy Pink the Goat követ farmol. Ahelyett, hogy néznénk mondjuk off-spawn fight-okat. Mert úgy tudom, hogy van belőle egy pár. Értem, hogy meg kell mutatni a különböző csapatokat. Aha! Veno, Vico, Flixi ismét újabb drop spotra mentek. Jól látom, hogy jelenleg Pix, Darm és Demus az, aki a célpontjuk lett Pump Power-nél. De úgy látom, hogy most két oldalból lesznek kukizva, szépen mondva. Ugyanis hoppá, és úgy látom, hogy Tvi, Awahalo és Noms pedig Flixi meghalt, Veno hamarosan meghal, Twyék pedig elmentek Savage-éktől, és hogyha Savage-ék most meg tudják szerezni Uncontested de a hegyet, akkor utána lehet, hogy le tudják W-keezni az alattuk lévő tímet. És lehet, hogy végül még jó is lesz így az a Grand Finals. Wow! Veno meghalt. Hát, tesó. Ez nekik nem sikerült.
Yeah, that's the issue. I mean, they were able to kind of get out of the early games in the previous matches, but this time around, it was literally the drop spot that didn't go their way. Awahalo, Twy, and Noms too. Now, most likely leaving Mr. Savage uncontested. This is what he was looking for. Excited to see how that plays out, but for Pigstorm Pigstorm and Demus.
Azért rendesen meg vannak itt keverve a kártyák, mit nem mondjak gyerekek, tehát hogy Na nézzük, Skyscroll, Hydra, Moneymaker, Fny and Faded, Outlaw Oasisban harcolnak, valószínűleg a Shiny House-ból átjöttek a Scrollék, kis Storm Surge-öt szerezni. Eddig úgy megy, hogy nagyjából sehogy merte hirtelen. Ajjaj, jó, semmi. Úgy látom, hogy ennek a harcnak nem lesz végkimenetele, nem lesz semmi, iDrop néhány lövést próbál leadni Moneymakeréknek. Moneymaker pedig válaszol egy 60-assal. Szóval, ja. Ajjaj. Fnyan az kapta. Na nézzük, Vico, Awahaloék megtalálták Vicót.
Jewel too. Could potentially be another target. Jewel's not careful. Wonder where Sandguild is at. Twy has zero concerns though. Just gonna focus up on the...
Flixi és Veno visszajöttek a game-be.
They've got Vico, Flixi, and Veno so separated and way out in no man's land. It's gonna
Hát
be
ez
very
jó.
difficult for them to actually leave the beach side.
Itt azért lesz baj számukra. Ez
Yeah, I mean, at
biztos.
least they're up though. At least they're on their feet, right? They've got a bit of shield now. They got a bit of loot. It was a very scary start, but they did make it out of it. It's kind of on hard mode now, but it's still possible. And with how, you know, they've been playing it out, just looking for fights. Once again, they're gonna be looking for one, but Noms, Awahalo, and Twine might be the initiators, as they know they should have the loot. I was gonna say loot advantage, but hold on a second. 4 bullets in the AR, 1 med mist. Both trios kind of in a similar situation in terms of loot, HP, and shield, so I don't even know if this is a fight you want to take.
Hát itt azért vannak problémák.
Earlier on to the initial chase up against Vico that he never really had an opportunity to properly farm anything. Fortunately, Avahalo will be able to take care of that
Közben
briefly,
Axis mod a száj és
but
art
it's not going to
skill.
be the immediate collapse that they
Látom,
were
hogy
hoping
megöltek.
for.
Hát egy 2 embert eddig, nem tudom, valószínűleg a harmadik elmenekül.
Not only that, but so far north,
Nincs más
Amoya,
logikus
Vika, Yasa,
válasz
they might decide to get involved. By Marshall
erre,
Maneuvers, fighting
vagy
frogs. It's a distinctly
pikreselt,
close area to
vagy be
where
se
they like to
töltött a
drop.
gamebe, az a rosszabb
Other
pikeset,
teams
sajnos.
kind of littered all around.
Ami ugyanúgy megtörténhet.
Whether or not it's worthwhile to leave their search
Na nézzük,
bases,
Malibu
and
kap
I'm pressed to
pingbox.
believe it's not likely.
Jó.
Not in the early games.
Definitely not.
Malibu a pingbox, szokásos stratégia. Üdek. Lone Wolf le tetején.
So early on, it's more after the rotations come through. But the back and forths doing what damage they can. Nice little 3-piece from Malibuka.
Hát igenis, itt van a taktika, gyerekek.
Recuperate what they lose. Pretty standard strategy for this trio so far throughout the day.
Mario, Jézusom!
It's common practice after a certain point for teams that
Micsoda tornyot épített a Daisy.
near another trio.
Vanya,
You tend to
Pixie
just
és Marius.
follow
Ott, na nézzük,
the same
Trippernék.
methods of success, building those early search tags.
Nézzük,
found
Hellfire
Playmaker,
próbál a bokorba operálni, Scrap meg hátulra.
trying to tackle Srap.
Hát ez Scrapnek nem jött össze a hátulra operálás.
Srap just knocked entirely.
Valószínűleg most jön az, hogy...
Pinpoint accuracy, that's for sure.
Ajjaj, most jön az, hogy jön a third party. Hopp, Rezon megölte azért, valószínűleg most kijelték le a hegy alatt kezdő csapatot. Hellfire meghalt.
Because they can tell that Moneymaker for Nine this is definitely a team that's hurting, but they're just in such a similar position. And in fact, they were making the choice to decide because Giras, Dinas, and Frenek
olyan csöndben ül.
completely cutting Tripper off. They've left him nowhere to run.
Üdv újra, Tiffany, és szia Gábor neked is.
Will they find him in time or will they just continue moving
Csöcső.
forwards? As the shots continue to kind of go back.
Na nézzük, mire maradtál le? Na, semmi különösre.
Looking better, they take out
Igazából
and you know with already another 3, so 4 total
elmentem
eliminations,
enni.
it clearly went well for them. As
Meg
now they can
visszajöttem.
basically just focus on kind of making
De nagyon
their
sok
way
mindenre
to
nem.
the
Meg azt hiszem azóta
later
vége
sections
lett
of
egy
the
gamnek.
minigame.
Ez most a 4. game, nem tudom pontosan a 4. game-nél mentél, de ez most a 4. Ez kérlek szépen a gyakorlatilag nagyon ilyen lebutítva az e-sport, Fortnite e-sport igazából. Így fadázták le a harmadik embert. Szép. Na, úgy látom, viszont Vikóék visszajöttek a gamebe.
It has pros and cons, you know, you have the aspect of surprise, but at the same time, you can only study so many drop spots from the early to the mid to the surrounding areas. But it looks like they got a nice 3-2-1 onto Vanya, and this is actually going to be huge for Vico Van
Megölték Vanyát, ami érdekes.
Now they are able to pick up with that damage. They don't have to focus as much on continuing to hunt for those tags. I mean, being on this north side of the map too, close to magic mosses with all the heals available, they can stay in storm as almost long as
Na
they
nézzük.
want. As I drop Sky and Scroll found the little solo.
Ajjaj, iDrop meghalt, de
Huge pump onto iDrop.
nincs baj.
Luckily enough, it is a 3v1.
Megoldják.
You can only do so much.
A 2v1-et.
A farewell note that I dropped definitely.
Nézzük, Marius ugye egyedül maradt, vagy nem, még ketten maradtak Pixivel, csak Pixit azt így nem tudom, hogy hol van, tehát nem itt.
You don't think
Azt
about which
látom.
direction you run, you know that you're just leaving. You are not trying to stick around when there is a one-man advantage and it is not in your favor.
Ja, Pixi az így a Storm mélyén van, azt hiszem.
They're just gonna have to spend so much time now not only trying to farm the surge damage that I'm certain Venya had
Felé megy egy
established in the first
csapat.
place, but
Hú.
just getting their teammate back in general.
Ajajaj.
While there's other teams still looking
Az
to pressure you.
kuka. Az gatya.
Moving through to Kira's Frenic. And Dinas, they're looking pretty chill, to be fair.
Elég sok minden történik a
Pixie Marius now after losing Vanya.
Stormban.
Pixie goes down as well.
Pixi is meghal. Hát, nem mondom, hogy ez eddig. Ez a game, ez túlságosan az ő.
Crumbling down for Vanya here.
Az ő game-jük lesz. Húha. Az csúnya volt. A belegboxolva az öreg kicsit.
Not only overtake where they were at, but really just try to build some leads.
Eltört a lábad, Gábor? Ajjajjaj. Vagy csak gondolom ezt akartad írni. Az nagyon nem jó. Hát jobbulást. Az nagyon nem jó. Gondolom csak nem tört le, az... Azt nem hiszem, hogy olyan létezik, de jobbulást. Tényleg.
How this kind of plays out for iDrop Sky and Scroll, seeing, you know, they were favorites last season, getting contested in the end, not performing as well. But now, you know, they're
Morrailék nem néznek ki túl jól a tornyuk tetején. Azonban Fredoxiék jól néznek ki itt a dobozban. Szerintem Fredoxi afkol. Fredoxi afkol, gyerekek.
They've essentially gotten their way.
Marius meghalt. Tegyük hozzá. Nagyon fáj, hát. Elhiszem. Az gatya. Hát igen. Ez ennyi volt. Hát tényleg jobbulás, Gábor, akkor.
Slowly continuing to rack up their elimination counter.
Már gondolom akkor begipszelték meg otthon, vagy nem?
Once again, they've got, you know, their strat planned out. They've had it from the start of the season. Build up, get tags, farm as many heals as possible. And it's been working. I mean, they can get themselves to the late game, but now coming from that victory royale, hopefully, they can continue to push themselves up. They're in 5th despite not doing it so good in the second match.
I like that the From said he's given the there's a team trying to tarp their way through our territory. Malabuka is at that. So they're gonna have to be very wary moving forward. Chap. He's got Strap, Tripper, and Hellfire hot on his heels. Just hoping that he can escape.
Hát ez nem jó.
We're all gonna get him out, but it might just
Hát tényleg akkor jobbulást.
What Tripper and Hellfire and Strapped wanted, though, was just this Crime City black market. They don't care where Chap is at.
Na most Renault van bajban, úgy látom, de Flixiek már mennek is segíteni. Utána megölték a csapattársukat.
They are not looking to slow their roll anytime soon here. Felix now trying to see if he can buy himself just a moment's notice longer. But Flixie, Vico, especially being one of our more seasoned fighters, and just great pincer there onto Felix. He's so focused on what's in front of him, can't really keep tabs on Flixie approaching from behind. Just a classic scenario for Veno's team.
It's kind of looking like opposite of the previous matches throughout the day, though. They, previously would have a very good off spawn, but then kind of fall apart in that mid-game section of the match. But now, bad off spawn into a solid mid-game.
Aha, Thomas HD is doing Thomas HD stuff.
Continuing, as you can see, to lead the
Stuff.
lobby in damage, and
just
hyping him up in the
beaming.
last match, but he's increased the gap even more now. You see 4,679 damage. I mean, second place is Franek with 3,500. Thomas literally leading over 1,000 damage, and that is crucial for setting yourself up without having to risk taking those fights to get that storm surge damage. Insane, but they gotta do. I want them to see them have a
Shark meghalt.
performance. They're getting
A Blowing az azt jelenti, hogy Fretoxék valahol fájtanak, mi meg azt nézzük, ahogy a körben nézelődik Thomas HD, ahol jelenleg senki nincs.
Definitely a little bit stressed, and also definitely likely because of the team at Seaport City. Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, and moving past that Titan wall essentially is going to prove a difficult feat for anyone, even some of our more experienced players. Thomas HD though just proving that anything but a cosmetic weapon in his hands. Certainly an impressive damage stat. No matter what the placements might be looking like. And touched on it. Mustache, Queasy, and Swizzy, this is just what they do best. Just holding teams at bay here in Seaport, refusing to allow anybody to have the kind of flow that they would naturally look for.
Taking a look at what Fredoxy's been up to. It's being in Trulex's business. As picks Demus and Darm as well, despite that kind of shaky start due to Vico, Veno, and Flixie contesting them. They did get that elimination, but it probably took them longer to loot the rest of their spot and kind of continue with their general play style off the start of the match, but looking pretty good for them so far.
It's bizarre to think, though, that Abahalo's team, last-minute surprise contesting, Vico, Veno, and Flixie surprise contest onto Pump Power might have actually helped out Veno's trio, because it prevented Demus, Pix, and Darm to want to actually fully commit to the fight. And this is a trio that we know what kind of fighting power they have amongst them. It is not going to be an easy engagement by any means.
I love the rotate potential too from Demus, Pix, and Darm there. They can go the full-on congested side that's not even in the zone yet. And when that zone
300 vannak a damage threshold alatt, az gatya. Az nagyon gatya, gyerekek. Ott valamit kell keresni, már nem lesz semmi.
I mean, we saw what Queasy was doing in
Good luck
Seaport. He
with
tends
that.
to kind of let these trios rotate in front of them and just continue taking shots at them.
Ott nincs senki, batya. Én tudom, mert látom a mopot.
You're not even in zone. I mean, you can take the safer route, but you're gonna be punished by doing so.
Sky Scroll pedig max aura ellen. Aha. Shark és Norreilly pedig meghaltak végleg Storm Surge által. Jason, Csicsó és Riz eljutottak idáig. Szép. De bocsánat, nem disrespekteljük az embereket. Sajdálop.
On the other hand, 743 above, it's like a 180 sight to see. And they're just doing what they can. They don't need to get involved just yet with some of the shots being fired around them. They might begin
Ne, meghalt 200 IQ.
Because they want to make sure that they're clearing out a route.
Mr. Savage is dead. Ojjajjajjaj.
Zone pulling over by Demon's Dojo. I don't think anybody's brave enough to actually try and take the geyser.
Duo clutch kell. Mobsnáda és Rezon koty ajtól. Hát, de ez nem lesz meg. Hát ez eddig egy borzasztó Grand Finals nekik ezzel a gémmel, ez eddig a legrosszabb gémjük.
They are in the zone as well. Looks like they're on the inside of the zone rotate to where this zone has pulled. Kind of unfortunate for trios like Camiseti and Hari, who had a primed up position, as now the zone just pulling right back to pump power. But in the sense of kind of opening up vision, they have an incredible amount on these trios that have to rotate in. Looks like they're gonna take the earlier rotate though option instead of staying back to get those shots.
Panzeréknek rendkívül jó rotétjük lesz, úgy látom. Sehol senki. That side. Konkrétan.
Whenever the whole lobby decides to look your way. Thomas, Panzer, and Uppel, though, saw them moments ago, kind of caught up with Dina Storm and Pix. And I believe they got at least one elimination, but they're trying to wrap around the lower side of this mountain phase. They're trying to stay out of visuals.
Kvízés mársztás.
But down in the dirt has its own share of problems.
Benne vannak azért itt a buli közepébe, úgy látom.
They're also trying to mastermind a way.
Ó, jaj, mert ez lenokkolódik, és hirtelen... Hirtelen... Meghalt. De gyorsan megoldották a problémákat.
It's just the fact that Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, they're not as safe as they once believed.
Yeah, that's not what you want to look for in these parts of the match where getting knocked.
És nincsen surge sem, szóval...
Good news is though, the zone hasn't pulled incredibly far from them.
Venoviko Flixi, na. Eljutottak egy viszonylag jó részébe az endgame-nek, de nincsen Storm Surge-ük nekik se, azon ahhoz képest, hogy van 4 keyjük. Most már úgy látom, hogy 5, ugyanis lenokkolták Moneymaker. Most már van 111-el limit fölött, de ez még mindig nem a legjobb. Most megpróbálják leduplovézni Moneymaker-éket, akit felszedtek, de Flixi kap egy nagy pump shotot, és ezért vissza kell húzódniuk. Azért nincsenek egyáltalán biztonságban az öregek. 34 above iDropéknak is, Flixiéknek szintén nem lehet sokkal több már. Kell damage-elniük. Ugyanis, ki gondolta volna, hogy ők lesznek high groundon őszintén. Basszus, nem gondoltam volna, hogy ők lesznek a high groundon. Sose szokták high groundra menni a Queasyék. Valahogy náluk ez annyira nem tipikus.
This trio not looking healthy at all, only 15 above. Cammy fully cracked. Zone, opposite side of the map. They do have those water sprites to quickly heal up, but this is going to be a tough rotate.
Hari has so many builds though, he could opt for a pre-edit play here onto Panzer's team from behind. Instead, he's going to pause. Only for a second though, they don't have that much time to work with. They've got to get out of the pressure zone of dealing with some of these surge ticks. Teams like Malibuka, Walks being done an excellent job at maintaining their surge levels, are full firing into the backside of a hollow. Noms, Twy, just a step behind the rest. And if it's not SETI, it's going to be the Malibuka's team just picking off these players that were trying to commit a little bit further back in the zone.
High groundon azért bármilyen meglepő, a merszátsék vannak.
That focus coming out of Malibuka's team, but Sky and Scroll, they're just trying to see whether or not they can even maintain their footing in the first place. All these teams surrounding them, just trying to see whose floor they can chop out from underneath. Instead, from behind, gotta be really careful here. Don't want to lose your head in the process. And Malibuka being Walks.
Sky Scroll is meg fog halni hamarosan. Az gatya. Scroll legyen majd végig, viszont még élnek. Nézik a high groundot. Sinót ölik meg. Na nézzük. Mit tudnak alkotni az öregek? Jelenleg nagyjából 100-110 ponttal. Ajjajjaj. High groundon Queasyék harcolnak. Pablo egyedül van, Mersac meghalt, Kidó és Folko vannak a HG-n. Queasy már csak egyedül van, mert Fizzy és Mersac lement. Vicoék még élnek viszont, és úgy látszik, hogy Fenóék felmennek a high groundra, ott van még viszont Podaszály, akire vigyázniuk kell. De úgy látszik, hogy megszerezték a high groundot, és már 9 killjük van, és felfele megy a hegyre, ami nekik nagyon jó, hogy megszerezték a high groundot, ugyanis így már gyakorlatilag semmi nem állítja meg semmi nem állítja meg őket attól, hogy megnyerik ezt a gémet. Hát igen, ez ennyi volt. Hát igen, ez gyorsan vége lesz. Vennóék megnyerték a gémet. Méghozzá nem is kevés killel. Méghozzá nem is kevés killel nyerték meg ezt a gémet. Azt a mindös. Hát igen, ez azért, hogyha ez az egész szezonra egyébként kihatott náluk, hogy nem volt túl sok endgame-jük, de amikor éppen volt, akkor nagyon sok kill-el vagy nyertek, vagy eljutottak egy jó helyre, úgyhogy ja. Ez azért várható volt, hogyha ők bejutnak egy endgame-be egészségesen és viszonylag jó loottal, akkor nekik azért bőven van beleszólásuk a győzelemért folyó csatába.
Get those refreshes coming into this late game to give them enough fragging power, enough mats, enough loot to close out the whole match. They retook height, and now with that big pop-off game, they've planted themselves back into the top 10 on that leaderboard. Frankie, 11 Mini, you gotta tell me what we just witnessed.
Well, I think what we witnessed was Vico, Veno and Flixie looking like lunch meat off spawn, and suddenly they made a meal of the lobby 11, but how did they do it?
It's a bit poetic from you. They recovered the game well. Vico quickly was able to get them back and up and running, and that's what you need sometimes. You know, he's not necessarily the player you associate in that cheer with being, you know, sort of cool, calm and collected in those sort of pressure situations, but he does a great job. And they play out the game from there, and they do it so well. I talked, you know, before last game of just how they need to figure out the mid-game parts, and the execution needed to be better. The game plan they've been trying was working, albeit one of the shakier attempts at it in this game. But things played out from there, which was really nice, Mini.
Yeah, really nicely done from this team. I think they were definitely helped by the fact that the zone was literally right where they ended up landing. So if they can keep following where those sort of late game zones go, it'll help them, I'm sure, a lot. But really nicely played. I mean, the way they played the 10 game, this height take right here was absolutely beautiful. We saw that Queasy and Co were just down on height. There was, I think, 3 teams going for it all at once. Then, of course, Kiddo Volko Cringe tried to take it, and then crashing down right there. And it was just really, really nicely played. They needed to be up on that height level, and what they did was just spray down so effectively.
Mind ármajuk leesett, és mind áram meghalt full damage-ben. Az milyen gáz amúgy? Ah, bocsánat, de...
And then, you know, you just let them do
what they do.
Go frag out, go close the game out, finish it off for us, Flixie. Really nice game. I mean, Vico 8 eliminations in that game. 9, sorry.
9 meg 6 meg 3.
Mental.
18 killes win.
Ask though, very quickly before we go to break, were the Fortnite gods also smiling on this trio mini minor? Because that pulling zone as we went into zone 12, it was perfect for the guys, but I just can't imagine any of the trios making it up the mountain to contest them.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why they wanted to go for high, right? They saw the zone was pulling over there. They understood they need to be up above the rest of the lobby. The way they were to apply pressure down to Malibuca, they knew they needed to be there. It was just about getting there.
Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy fog kinézni ez a
Well, we will have an updated leaderboard for you guys very shortly because we're going to go to a break, but we'll see you in a few.
Hát csak mondom, hogy én meg tudom mutatni nektek a leaderboardot már most, tehát hogy sokkal érdemesebb engem nézni, mert itt előbb látjátok a leaderboardot. Úgyhogy inkább, hogyha most nézitek a Fortnite-ot és az között faciláltok engem, hogy a Fortnite-ot nézzétek, inkább nézzétek engem. Ahol egyébként Pico, Vendo és Flixi ezzel a gyönyörű 18 killes winnel feljöttek a 4. helyre, nagyjából a 14-ről. Innen is látszik, hogy nekik így ennyi kell ahhoz, hogy gyakorlatilag a kutyaszarból felhozzák magukat a leaderboard tetejére. Szóval, ja. Azonban Pinkbox Malibukkal tartják az első helyet, akár csak Fizikvízi Mörsztacs a másodikat. iDrop Skyscroll viszont most ezzel a, hát nem túl előkelő, de a 13. hely 7 kill vissza. És hát tartják ezt a 3. helyet, azt hiszem ők itt végeztek az előbb is. Pico, Venom, Flixi feljöttek a 4. Szetik, ami Harry pedig leestek az 5. Thomas Apple Panzer egy 3. hely. Ja, feljöttek a 6. Pablo Vinco, Fredoxi és Chino pedig a szintén egy elég konzisztens elmúlt 3 gémet sikerült futniuk, ezzel már a 7. helyen találják magukat. Pixi Vanya Marius viszont ezzel a nagyon rossz 26. helyjel visszaestek a 8. helyre, ami nekik nem túl jó, ugyanis ők még nem kvalifikoltak, tehát nem jutottak be a szeptemberi LAN-ra, ahova az első 5 csapat jut be, de mivel az első 5 csapatban jelenleg benne van az előző 2 nyertes, ezért jelenleg a top 7-ig, tehát Fredoxiékig mindenki megkvalifikolja magát, amiben ugye Mariuszék már nincsenek benne, de ők még szerintem simán esélyesek arra, hogy itt beleszóljanak ebbe a csatába, akár csak Girászék, akik még szintén nem estek túlságosan vissza, de az első gémekön kívül egyelőre nem állnak túl jól, ugyanis nem mutatnak javuló tendenciát, sőt, romló tendenciát mutattak, viszont egy második helyen Sengild, Tidi és Jule pedig feljozták magukat a 10. helyre, eddig őket nem is láttam. Ami még érdekes az, hogy Mr. Savage-ék meg szarok. Köszönöm szépen a figyelmet. Ennyit tudok mondani. Nem mozi módot akarok, menj már innen mozi módot, de...
Welcome
Te
back
mit
to the
nevetsz?
FNCS
Ne
Major
nevess
2
ki.
finals. I've been told I'm not allowed
Viccelek.
to say daddy on the broadcast, but instead I'm going to say shout out to Vox's father, because apparently he's watching, and he's watching you, Mini Miner, because you had some doubts, maybe? Let's not say doubts. You were not giving his son's trio the props they were due, because you were like, oh, they got second, and they only got a 7th one time. I think they got a 6th in that last game, Mini Miner, and we have to say that this trio delivers game after game after game.
It was a 4th.
It was a
Even
4th,
better.
yeah.
Don't come after me, Vox's daddy.
Yeah, for a little bit of context here, Wox's dad has become an out-of-context mini-minor clipper and posting it on socials. He's posted me saying that 7th wasn't a good game. Of course, by their high standards, it's not as good, and this game was a very good game as well. They don't have any bad games, as it seems, at the moment. They've had another great performance in endgame, 4th place in this game, as you correctly mentioned, Levin, and they're just doing what they do best. Of course, the final few moments weren't quite to be for them. I like the idea that they had
Egyszer szeretnék egy top 3-at látni Mr. Savage-éktől, vagy egy wint. Könyörgöm. Én hiszek bennük. Nem rosszak. És már megkapták Ankon elvileg. Szóval megkapták Ankon elvileg a hegyet. Le tudták W-kizni az alattuk lévő tímet. Egy jó dropspotjuk van jelenleg. Innen már meg kell nyerni egy gémet legalább. Vagy be kell jutni legalább a top. Nem tudom. Legalább tovább be kéne magukat kvalifikálni a LAN-ra.
between third and fourth. It's
Legalább
so impressive
be kéne valahogy jutniuk LAN-ra. Ami, hogyha Vico, Venom, Flixi és Pingbox Maribuka így folytatják és benne lesznek a top 5-ben, akkor akkor a top 7 fog kvalifikálni.
No, absolutely.
Úgyhogy
I don't want to be that guy, but when you do look at that leaderboard and see where they lack in comparison to some of the teams above them, it's just their limbs, right? You know, Thomas and them are similar. I think Thomas and them had like 15. These guys have 16 so far.
Egyelőre amúgy nincs gáz, még csak a meccsek egyharmada ment le. Még van 8 meccs. Bármi megtörtént igazából. Eddig egy nagyon rossz gémük volt, meg egy viszonylag rossz. Szóval még nem láttunk tőlük túl sok minden, de én bízok bennük, hogy valamit tudnak hozni azért. A következő 8 gémben és a mai nap maradék 2 gémében.
Well, we went into day one knowing that Queasy's trio were the ones to watch 11. Do you feel like they are still holding on to that position as the trio most likely to win, even if they're not number one right now?
Yeah, I'm still feeling really good about these guys, and I say that because they're second place. They obviously had a win today, which was a great performance. But like the rest of the games haven't been like these like standout performances where we're all like, oh my god, Queasy classic, go IGL. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like they've just been playing well. They've had some good moments. Malibuka, not Malibuka, sorry, Mustache and Swizzy have come up with some good clutches at times. And so like for me, they still have another gear to go up. Right? They still have a couple more gears to go up. And I think we'll see that towards either the back end of today, but definitely tomorrow.
Yeah, we didn't get to see exactly how that high ground fell for them. I think they might have tried to get a little bit too greedy with some of the refreshes in the storm, and ultimately some of the teams saw that. But a little bit of a misplay there. Looking at their material counts, you would expect them to stay up on high, particularly in that position.
Pingbox és Malibuka tartják azt a... az első helyet, ráadásul nem is kevés, egy 60 ponttal. Azért ott vannak az első helyen. Hát a Vikóék is az előző gameben 14-ek voltak, most meg már 4-ek, szóval igazából bármi megtörtént, következő gameben lehet, hogy ők lesznek az elsők. Ki tudja. Majd meglátjuk. Mai nap még ugye van hátra 2 game. Elég fontos lesz, hogy ki lesz az első nap az első helyen. Mert őszintén a második nap végén nagyon ritka az, amit én láttam legalábbis eddig, elég ritka az, hogy meg is tartják azt az első helyet. Szóval aki az első nap első, az a második nap egyáltalán nem biztos, hogy első lesz, sőt. Szóval, ja. Még 2 game van ma hátra, holnap még 6. Meglátjuk, hogy ki mit fog csinálni majd. Ahhoz képest egyébként Mr. Savage az előző game-ben kapták meg először a draft spotjukat uncontested, then így ahhoz képest az a game-jük lett a legrosszabb. Tehát meglátjuk most. Ami ismét érdekes lesz, hogy Vico, Venom, Flixi hova fog ugrani, ugyanis eddig minden game-ben máshova ugrottak. És most már nem is tudok találgatni, hogy most már találgatni sem tudok pontosan, hogy hova mehetnek. Szóval ja.
Yeah, I mean, like Levin was alluding to, there's no longer that 1.5x point
De
multiplier.
megint miért mutatjuk Pinkéket? Pinkék 10. helyen álló csapat jelenleg. 10 damage-eket oszt ki egy 300 méterre glide-oló embernek, ahhoz képest, hogy azt mutatnánk, hogy a map másik felén van legalább 3 darab spawn fight, valamint azt is megmutathatnánk, hogy Vico, Venom, Flixi hova ugrott, mert már nem tudjuk kitalálni. Ó. Ó. Na ez is új. Vico, Venom, Flixi a brutál boxcars közelében lévő hegyhez és hegyre ugrottak, ami a Kami-Sethi Harinak nem túl jó. Valószínűleg le fogják őket W-kízni. Vanya, Pixie és Marius pedig elmennek az egész szezonban ők általuk tartott dropspotból, Flooded Frogsból ugyanis Kirikpay odaugrott. Húha, ez a döntő eddig nagyon eléggé furcsa. Tehát, hogy húha, nem tudom, egyszerűen nem tudok mit mondani, tehát ez nagyon furcsa, ami történik, tehát hogy random csapat egyszer odobugrik a Mariusékhoz, akik elvileg az egyik legjobb csapata Európában, és egy full random csapat csak így el tudta őket úgymond kergetni. Ott Vico, Venom, Flixinek nincsen normális fix drop spotja, és minden meccsben máshova ugranak, ez a másik. Mr. Savage-ék meg most már Foxy Floodgale-be vannak. Mert jó, mondjuk megérthető, mert valószínűleg azért, mert Savage szerzett egy killt. Az amúgy nem is rossz. Most úgy látom, vissza is húzódnak. Valószínűleg megpróbálják le-W-kízni majd a hegy mögött lévő másik csapatot, aki elvileg odaugrik. Aha! Vico, Venom, Flixi mentek Seaport Citybe, és Swizzy-éket várják, tesó. Flixi and Venom. And Swizzy, he's so nonchalant about it too. He's just like, oh, you know, I'm gonna go check this chest. I'm gonna go farm these mats. Flixi just barging down the door though. Swizzy completely trapped like a mouse in a cage. He's got nowhere left to run. Except into the waiting hands of Venom, Vico and Flixi, but it's not. Na ez mi play volt, tesó, az Vico leszedi Merced shot is, és most már Queasy egyedül marad. 1v3-ba és már menekül is.
One quick shot was enough. They wanted to take that engagement quickly because they knew it was a 2v2, but
és Kamiék meg fightolnak, what?
Next for Queasy here, but for Kami-Sethi Hari, they're getting the fight against Cringe Kidduo. But Hari's left all alone now. They've got Volko eliminated, but the 2v1 is not an easy one to get out of.
Okay, this is so disastrous right now though for some of our leading teams on the leaderboard. Hari just looking to scurry away. Cringe, Kidduo. They might have other plans in store. Cringe.
Még mindig sokkal vagyok a Vicoék mit csinálnak amúgy. Akkor valószínűleg ez volt. Ez az, amit most valószínűleg az egész Grand Final-at csinálni fognak, hogy tök random helyekre fognak droppolni. Akár az is benne van, hogy egyszer Lone Wolf Lairben boxot és Malibukát lepik meg. Tehát, hogy jelenleg nincsen semmi terve. Úgy látom, nincs semmi terve. Úgymond, hát terve. Vicoéknak.
He has to just play next to Kiddo, though. The double reboot will at least be faster. I feel so bad, though, for Volko and what he's about to drop into.
Will he be able to make it out? The Rams come through from Cringe, trying to do what he can to help his teammate, but didn't even look at him. And he was already on the ground. He almost spawned on his knees, basically, in the dirt. As Wox and Ping just continue to do damage here. They don't have Malabuka close by, so they're not going to take this fight, but hey, they got the knock. It would have been nice to get the points from the Elim, but you take what you can get.
No reason to be so greedy early on. It's the
Hát előre ez a Gunfighter egyáltalán nem úgy megy, ahogy sokan szerintem várták. Tehát, hogy elég sok a meglepetés. És jelenleg Kvízi a híd alatt bolykál. Egy szürke shotgunnal, meg egy zöld Twin megéjára.
A mastermind like Queasy is gonna have such a tough time working his way out of this one.
Megtalálták.
They are fully aware of the fact that there was someone sat underneath their bridge.
És a második helyen lévő csapatnak úgy látom, hogy az 5. meccse az nagyjából ennyi volt.
Queasy still somehow, some way alive despite everything.
Hogy mégsem.
Maybe
it's
Akita's team that will get the elimination credit. Maybe it's the responsibility of someone elsewhere in the lobby now.
Talán megmenekül. Látom, megmenekül. Lehet nem tudták, hogy szóló? Lehet nem számítottak... Lehet nem számítottak arra, hogy... Lehet nem is tudják, hogy Seaport City-ben ott valaki meghalt. Ajajaj. Hát, gyerekek. Rendkívül érdekes a helyzet.
Just going from bad to worse. As far as for game 5 here in Queasy's terms, Giannis for Strokey and Focus probably pretty happy with that elimination they just picked up. They don't mind spending a little bit of extra time inside of the storm. So many of our teams today have opted to play this exact strategy out.
Jön Mr. Savage és a két német gót. Mit tud majd művelni? Ezek nem ők. Csak disclaimer. Csak gyakorlatilag nekik szurkolok már. Nem éne. De ja. Kíváncsi vagyok, mit tudnak alkotni. Nézzük, Mani Maker mit fog kapni. Semmit. Nem tudták eltalálni. Közben Mariusék fájtolnak, úgy látszik, hogy visszajöttek azután, hogy konkrétan igerkedték őket a saját helyükről. És most pedig iDropék jöttek third partizni, de egyelőre nem úgy tűnik, hogy ez nekik fog jót tenni, bár lehetséges, mert eddig vezetnek 1-0-ra, most már kiegyenlítettek Pixiék 1-1, és Skyék voltak a kevesebb HP-n, de most már vissza is hozták magukat. De így elvészteltek, hogy jól hallottam, egy jó pár splash-t, és úgy látszik, hogy mind a két csapat úgy döntött, hogy jó van, megöltük egymást, GG, és megfogtuk. Ó, beboxolták a Mariust, az kuka. Kappába vész, közben visszajön Swizzy és Merstash. Nice. Oha.
And this is kind of where it begins, right? This is where the hard mode FNCS starts, as they have to find everything already at third zone. They need to get their loot, they need to get their tags, their mats, and they have such a limited amount of time. Sometimes you just have to kind of set yourself up for a refresh. How do you find that refresh? As maybe just farming and looting won't be enough.
But when you think about the other teams in the lobby, have to direct your focus towards Thomas, Panzer, and Uppel, because they're not going to have to worry about Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash holding things down inside of Seaport City they're actually going to be the ones fully in control of the way that these southern position teams are actually making their way into the next zone. Could be a big part of the reason why we see Thomas HD holding things down, and that mythic drum gun, he's been packing quite a punch with it all day long. And when you are Queasy's team,
Mennyi
and
miniük
you're
van, te
stuck in
jó
Kappa
Isten?
Kappa, and you have to find damage, surely Thomas knows it. He's more than happy to stick around. He can even spot out that there's still at least some form of team in Seaport, but he's got his eyes targeted already towards that direction from Kappa Kappa. You have to anticipate that that's Queasy.
And you know, when he's got the drum gun in hand, this
The
is just
drum
not where you
gun.
want to be as Queasy's trio, as scuffed as they are, now forced. I mean, Thomas fans
nézzek.
are full of so many heals that can
Skivi.
just sit there, basically until Queasy
Tehát
doesn't
a
get eliminated
két,
this turn,
nice.
so we'll see how
Na,
that one
közben, hogy
plays out.
látszik,
It's gonna be a slow
Vikóékkel
one, I'm
vannak
sure.
itt Seaport City-be, gondolom kilótolták az egészet, miután
Solid start.
a legjobb csapatot a
They're also not the
legjobb
only
csapatnak
team
tartott
close by to
csapatot
Seaport,
így meg
but
tudták ölni egy szép
other teams don't seem to want to stick around.
dupla
Can't
kill
blame 'em.
után.
Vico, Flixie, Venom,
És a harmadikuk
they're starting
pedig
towards the rooftops, also making use of the vending machines
El.
available inside of Seaport. But Fnatic might have gotten mixed up with Mr. Savage's team. Marius, Pixie, Vanya, also still having to deal with Trippern potentially, cranking their way up the hill face. So many of our leading teams just in these awkward positions across the map.
Yeah, I mean, some of them calculated, though. I mean, if I'm Vanya, Marius, Pixie here, I'm not focused on getting to zone super quickly. You've seen them time and time just kind of playing these storm battles, and once again, what they kind of want to focus on is just not getting eliminated, right? After going down 26 in the last match. Just kind of want to take shots on the people rotating through, continue to see how these zones play out, continue to wrap around, and, you know, if they get enough damage here, then they should be good by just wrapping around the least congested side of the zone, around side of the water on the left side here, but gotta be careful. The tags are coming through. I mean, Vanya almost getting cracked. Just a matter of time.
They also just don't want a repeat of what happened in Major 1. They were so close to having that global championship spot fully locked in, and the lights were just too bright in the final hours. But more slots opening up for Major 2 finals, and that's a seat on the battle bus that Vanya, Pixie, and Marius,
Na, visszajöttek Seaport City-be a Queasyek.
and find that global championship qual. It can put a lot of pressure indirectly, and yet, so far today, they have managed to deliver.
Championship quals. I want to see Queasy take home a major. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen Queasy win an FNCS, but you know, odds are in his favor this time around. I think it's been 2 chapters, literally. But they've made it into the zone despite being held by Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer. But now, guess what? You got a whole other trio once again from the start of the game. Vico, Venom, Flixie. Got to be the ones taking shots onto them. They just cannot catch a break. But it's even, honestly, a miracle that they're still alive at this point. But being 263 below, I think literally their only
Na most
option is
lehet,
gonna
hogy
be take this
visszavágnak
fight,
a
and this is not gonna be an easy one
sneak
to win.
play-jel. Hát nem.
This is Queasy's backyard, and they've got to try and duke their way out of it.
Nem úgy tűnik.
They have to take this fight, though, Takada. Because you're right, that 207 below damage threshold, 2-3 eliminations.
Na nézzük. Negyedik hely versus második hely. 3v3, hát.
Trying to get the party started. Queasy, though, he'll be the
Hát
first
ebben
to
úgy
fall.
döntött, hogy ez így
Swayze right
gyorsan
after the fact.
ennek vége.
Too many
Na?
optimal angles in
Viszont
favor
lehet, hogy a
of Vico's
Merces
team.
máshogy nem gondolja máshogy.
Nowhere left to run.
Ez ennyi volt sajnos.
Wipeout at Seaport City.
Ennyi
Which is going
volt.
to set up Vico, Veno, and Flixie excellently for the remainder of this match. Probably more than happy. They knew exactly what they were getting by sticking around here at Seaport. They knew Queasy would be
Figyelj,
way too
szereztek 5
tempted
killt,
to
na.
revisit his starting point.
It was difficult for Queasy though to come out on top. To be
Ma is,
fair.
ja,
All
nem csak
odds
4-et,
were
bocs.
against them. Now two of our
Szerezte
top
meg az
five
ötödiket
trios
akkor.
are out of the match.
Gondolom
People
valaki a
really
világ
can't go away
végére
here.
szerzett
So
innokkot
opens
vagy
up
egy
much more of
kiet.
an opportunity.
Na nézzük Fredoxiékat, akik úgy döntöttek, hogy elindulnak a 10 kilométeres úszóbajnokságon. Egyenlőre Fredoxi vezet, mögötte viszont szorosan követi őt Pablo és Chino is. Chino a második helyen, Pablo pedig a harmadik helyen. A 10 kilométeres úszóverseny.
It's a crazy rotate.
I like it though.
They've got so much damage above the threshold though. And
Úgy
by
van,
making this
rendkívül.
approach from that
És már
pit side
látják a
zone,
célt, úgy látszik, hogy ebben a sorrendben fognak beérkezni, ha csak nem hajrázik de bassza meg, nézzük már végig a 10 kilométeresnek a döntőjét. Ha ott volt a befutó, azt nem látjuk a befutóját, na. Ez mekkora egy szar.
Sky eye drop scroll though. Much different story at Pump Power. Decent amount of congestion now starting to pull from that western edge of zone.
Na, Sky Scrollnak viszont kéne egy kevés damage, már
Just
nincs.
making sure to keep looking back. Ping Walks and Malibuca could be in a world of trouble here on this next rotate. They're getting a little bit sandwiched between Fincheck's team and Sky's.
Na, talán ott lehet a...
Also,
Ott lehet az a
definitely
kevés
wishing that they'd gotten a move on a little
damage.
bit sooner, but
Ó, jaj.
it's tough when you gotta go cross country for some of these zones.
iDrop Sky and Troll cannot afford another game where they go down early. They got third and fourth in
Na
the
nézzük,
first two
Malibuca,
matches,
Vox
but
és Ping.
13th and 21st in the most recent.
Amire kíváncsi lennék, Mr. Savage még. Nem láttam őket lemenni, de nem is figyeltem igazán. Mariuszék ketten maradtak, Pixivel nem tudom mi a helyzet. Egyáltalán nem állnak jól, sőt, semennyire sem állnak jól.
They're kind of split up here. Sangold knocking on the door, wanting some of the action. Now long rotate to go as well. This is not looking too bright for Vanya and Marius.
Just the worst kind of neighbors.
Hát
People
ez
that you don't
koka.
want boxed up next to you. People that are already boxed up above you. Misha trying to get some suppressive fire onto those lower layers, trying to get a little bit of extra damage if possible. Demus, Darm, and Pix, though, they're already making sure to try and scale some of those mountain faces. Good deal, Reason and Mr. Savage,
Na,
same mentality
itt
in
is
mind.
vannak.
They're just a step behind the rest of this lobby. They might become the focal point if they're not careful.
Mi a terv?
Gonna opt to use,
Mr. Sausage.
get that gold rush effect from their splashes. This could be a big
még
fight,
itt
though,
lehet,
for
hogy
either
most
team to
találnak
clean up
majd
on. They recognize that it's
egy-két embert,
Vanya largely leading the charge
akit
on
le
this one,
lehet
trying to get
lövöldözni
final
hátba.
onto Peterbor, who's
No.
looking
Peterbot.
to escape,
Ja,
but
bassza, nem,
Vanya
ez
just
nem
has
az
to
volt.
keep reloading.
Semmi.
He doesn't have any ammunition. At least not for those initial shots. And he does finally get the elimination he was after from the start.
No.
It's just so much time expended, and the clock is ticking against him.
Ajjajjaj, Scroll meghalt, Sky meg fog halni.
It's a long route back in.
13 HP, 2 mini. Ajjajjajjajjaj. Storm Surge, hopp, Tayson a high groundon.
This is not where they can
Egyetlen dolgot hiányolok, a két csapattársát, mert azt nem láttam. De lehet én vagyok vak. A Tayson amúgy reggel, tehát nincs baj. Vikóék viszont egész jól állnak amúgy, nem azért mondom. Nem azért mondom. De Vikóék egyébként akár át is vehetik a vezetést ebbe a gémbe. Valószínűleg nem fogják, mert a Pingvox és Malibuca még él. Azért itt van Thomas HD, Panzer és Apple is. Ők is egészen jól állnak. És aminek nagyon örülök, hogy még Mr. Savage, Vedil és Rezon is él. Pablo Bingo lentebbi szinteken is úgy látszik, hogy lövöldözik. Pixi, Veko, Veno és a Vikóból mindig Vekót. Ó, ott van a másik kettő. Tayson két csapattársa. Ott voltak. Szóval a Vikó, Veno és Flixi is élnek még. Ami érdekes, hogy Noirelli, Shark és Rolex is itt van még, amit szintén meglepő, ugyanis eddig nekik se volt jó turnamentjük, de simán ők is van 3 olyan kaliberű játékos, akiktől egyébként ez elvárható lenne talán. Hát, hogy Mongra, jaj, nem Mongra, Mr. Savage, bazd meg.
Savage fans are definitely depressed witnessing that one. But that's not to say that Vidal and Reason couldn't make some magic happen here.
Hát nem, nincsen magic. Nincsen magic. Itt nincs magic, tesóm. Nincsen search-ük, pedig van 3 kijük. És Venom megtalálja Rezont, és ennyi volt. Jó, hát szerintem Mr. Savage-éknek ennyi volt a Grand Finals, meg a qualifying LAN álmok, egyáltalán, és hát nem egyáltalán, hanem erre a szezonra eddig úgy tűnik, hogy ez a helyzet. Igaz, még van hátra 7 game, tehát még kevesebb, mint a fele ment le, de ez a 16. hely, ez mindössze egyetlen egy placement pontra volt jó, ami 3 pontot jelent nekik, valamint volt 3 kijük, az 12 pont, tehát összesen 15 pontot tudtak szerezni ebbe a gamebe. És kikapcsolt a kamera. Fuck yeah! Yeah! That's what I like.
From the backside of zone, and he's done a decent job at taking some chunks out of Pink's HP bar. Might have even caused some serious issues for that trio. But you can't stay fixated on the same spot for too long. You've got to get a move on when it is dealing with poistering up on these elevated positions. And Noya
Maxolra! Gyerünk! Maxolt ki az obrádat, öreg! Come on! Come on, man! Misha! Oh, Vico! De még itt van benne Malibuka, Ping és Vox is.
So many trios can contest it now. Vico, Venom, Flixi being one of them, but so far they're focused on getting that damage. They know they can potentially look for it, but they have their priorities straight. Shots coming through to the players down below, looking to see what they can find. Such a difficult zone. The hold on above, so Venom drops down. Big crack coming through. They have to regroup. Thomas HD up above still. Akira gets knocked down by Veno. His whole trio without shield though. They have to regroup and build up that shield again.
Vennomék visszajönnek közben. Hogy látszik, ismét egy rendkívül jó gémet futnak eddig. 260 ponton állnak, Panzerék is még rendkívül. Ajjaj, hát az kuka. Hopp! Hopp! Az szép. Thomas HD megmutatja, hogy miért ő a legjobb. És Pink a high groundon. Na, Pinknek is kell egy jó game, ők se állnak a legjobban. Az előző game-ben azt hiszem 10. helyen álltak. Vagy talán rosszabbul is. Malibuka, Ping és Fox pedig bronzón mennek. De úgy látom, hogy Vicoék pedig szerzik a killeket, és nekik ebben rejlik az erősségük, hogy rendkívül sok killt tudnak összeszerzni. Nézzük, Ping the Goat, Nebs és Kirot, hogy mit tudnak ebből a gameből összeszedni. Flixi elesett. De már van 10 kijük összesen, szóval annyira nincs gáz. Azért. Démuszék egyébként szintén nem állnak jól, viszont Pingvox és Malibuka mindegyiküknek 200 HP-jük van. És már van 3 kijük. És 354 pontjuk. Ott Csinót is megtalálják. Pablo Vingu is meghalt, úgyhogy De úgy látom, hogy egyik kill se az övék lett. Az egyiket Vico lopta le, ha jól láttam. Aki jelenleg valószínűleg már átvette a második helyet. Viszont Venó és Vico is meghalt, úgyhogy most Vicoéknak vége lett ennek a gémnek, és Kiro pedig egyedül maradt a high groundon. Viszont akik még hárman vannak még mindig, az Malibuka, Vanya, vagy nem, Malibuka, Ping és Vox. És Malibu, azt hittem, hogy beért a Malibuka, de nem. Így most már ketten maradnak, Ping és Vox. Na nézzük, Kiro a high groundon, Cringe odalent. Kiro úgy látom visszament. Szép. Na nézzük. Van-e a Kirónak elég híje? Hát nincs. 2v1, 160-as Chuck Jack még ott van nála. És ennyi is. Ping, Box, Malibuka megnyerik a gémet, ezzel valószínűleg még jobban megnyújtják az előnyöket a mai napon. Így az utolsó előtti gémjében. Úgyhogy Flixiék nem tudtak hozzájuk sokkal közelebb kerülni, bár valószínűleg azért feljöttek ők is egész szépen a második helyre, de nem kerültek hozzájuk túl közel, ugyanis ők megnyerték a gémet, amint Ping és Vox. Bennoék viszont egész, hát nem olyan hamar, de elestek. Mindjárt jövök, srácok, egy pillanat. They needed to, Takada. They were confidently securing these eliminations. We've seen them be a scrappy team throughout the course of today's matches, so it comes as no surprise that they were able to find their victory royale. And sure, it might be the first one, but they were already in the lead. This is just going to put that one step further for the rest of the lobby. So, Frankie, Levin, Minnie, what have you got for us?
I mean, Mini Miner, what have you got for us? Was that good enough for you?
Well, it's not an ideal performance, I don't think. I mean, Malibuka there wasn't alive at the end, right? They weren't a full trio. Yeah, you know, you want to be having a full trio alive at the end. No, I'm joking, of course. Great performance from these guys, as always. It seems like they're just continuing to pile on these ideal performances one after another, and they just seem like an unstoppable force right now. The way that they're able to play these end games is so good. Even if they're not in the ideal position, we saw them in this game, not on height, the zone pulling over the hill. We've seen the story end in so many different ways, or so many the same way, so many different times where, yeah, it's the team on low ground just gets squeezed out, the team on height win it. But these guys are just able to tank that storm so well, get up on that hill and just do what they do best, which is find eliminations and then ultimately find that victory royale.
I mean, again, I said it when we talked about them last. I'll say it again. We are witnessing an all-time FNCS performance right now. Their consistency to just make it to this final moving has been mental. Like, genuinely unbelievable levels. Soon as Game 6 wraps up, and a ward of VOD reviewers, I'm sure Risa, my good friend Risa, he's going to be straight into the VODs. You know, he's going to pump out that video, how these guys are winning every single... You know, there's going to be something like that, because their performance has just been terrific.
Yeah, it has.
I mean, it's been, yeah, no, go right ahead.
No, I mean, I was just going to reiterate it. I mean, just, yeah, the way they've been able to play has been absolutely excellent today. It just seems like they haven't really missed their beat.
Már majdnem 400 pont találnak. Brutális. Ez a teljesítmény tőlük jelenleg egyébként. Szia RP, üdvüd.
Are they going to be stopped? I mean,
No,
the zones have played in their favor so far today, so that's the only asterisk I would put next to it. So, you know, feel free to post that and clip that everywhere. But it's one of those where, will they be able to keep it up? I hope so, and I think they can.
Can they do it if, say, they get contested? Because Vico, Vano, and Flixie, they haven't beaten Lone Wolf Lea yet. So, you know, we'll have to wait a few minutes to find out, because we've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll be breaking down more of the action from Game 4.
Az egy érdekes felvetés. Na nézzük a... Húha. Na erre mondjuk nem számítottam. Tehát Pingvox és Malibuka 398 ponttal vezetnek. 108 ponttal Vico Veno Flixi előtt. Akiknek ahhoz attól függetlenül, hogy szereztek egy 18 killes wint és egy 11 killes 6. helyet, egyszerűen nem tudják legyőzni ezzel a Pinkbox és Malibukának az elképesztő konzisztenciáját, amely egy 7., egy második, egy 4. és egy első helyből áll, szóval, ja. Ez Quizy és Merstach viszont leestek a második helyre, a 3. Egy borzasztó game-mel sajnos, viszont Panzer, Apple és Thomas feljöttek a 4. helyre. Akárcsak Chino, Pablo és Fredoxy, akik szintén feljebb jöttek egyet, vagy 2 talán. Viszont akik nem mentek fel, az iDrop, Sky és Scroll. Az elmúlt 3 game az egyáltalán nem sikerült jól nekik, az első 2 nagyon jól, az elmúlt 3 viszont annyira nem. Sajnos, vagy nem sajnos, mindenki döntse el magának. Pignevskiro ezzel a második helye viszont feljöttek 7. helyre, ami jelen esetben a 2 már alapból bejutott trióból, vagy trió miatt jelenlegi pozíciójakkal bejutnának a, vagy bejutnának a LAN, kapnának egy LAN pozíciót. Szetik, ami Hárinak nem sikerült jól ez a game, utolsó előttiek lettek, akárcsak Banyak, Pixi és Mariusnak sem sikerült jól az elmúlt 2 game, így leestek már a 9. helyre, ami nekik nem túl jó, hogyha bármilyen álmuk van arra, hogy ők bejutnak itt ilyen úgynevezett LAN adra. És akik még szintén nem állnak jól, az Mr. Savage, Rezon és Badil. Így majd meg kell néznünk, hogy Jézusom, mi ez a zene. Szóval meg kell nekik húzniuk egy kicsit ezt a következő gémet, valamint a holnap következő 6 gémet is, hogyha még oda akarnak valahogy valamilyen csodával határos módon oda akarnak érni a LAN spotokra, ami jelenleg a top 7, de egyébként a top 5. Szóval 10 helyet kéne javítaniuk. De láttuk már ezt a mai nap Venoviko Flixitől 3 rossz game után. Egy game alatt feljöttek a 4. helyre, a 14-re, szóval majd meglátjuk, mit tudnak alkotni a Mr. Savage-ék. Úgyhogy hogy lássuk.
But their ability to make it to endgame in these last couple and still get a bunch of eliminations as well is just catapulting them up in those standings. Their biggest problem, Mimi Miner, is that a lot of their game plan in terms of just sort of just doing this teeny strat type thing sort of relies on like the fact that like nobody else is going to be super consistent, right? Because like if nobody else had been super consistent today, if Malibuka hadn't been as consistent as they had been and maybe a bit more inconsistent like they showed in previous competitions, you know, we'd more be talking about Vico and them in contention to win while doing this strat. But because they've had Malibuka's team just be so consistent in every single game today, it's made it so that there is a bit of a gap there, but still, I love that they're finding their feet with this strategy. I can't wait to see how it evolves tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do you stop that, right? You land on Malibuka and try and stop them getting a good performance, right? That's hopefully what we'll see from these guys if they do go down that route. But I mean, look at them, second place, 290 points, just off the back of a really solid game. You're absolutely right. If Malibuka, Wox and Ping weren't doing so great, they'd probably be first place right now. The strategy's definitely working. I'm interested to see whether they'll be able to continue that, of course. You know, where they land now, a lot more teams and a lot more players are going to be more aware of what they're doing. So they're going to really look back at what they're doing in terms of their loot path and rethink a few different things. But I mean, this was great.
Yeah, this was really the combination of sort of what we were expecting to see, because they were doing the strat on a bunch of teams in areas where they weren't some of the big names, the top dogs. But here, against Queasy, sneaking into Seaport, they didn't wait for him to come through the door. They realized Swizzy was in the building. They realized he had nowhere to go. If they just ran in and blocked him off with bills, they had the time to get to him. But look at this shot here from Vico. Look at it. Back. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh. It's just nasty. Look, I know, if you know,
Milyen hangokat kezecske
you
se.
know he just like calmed dead like 3 times in a row, like just at max volume after that one. Queasy was able to escape, so they stayed in the game. But again, it's moments like this where you're right, Mini. If they do that to Queasy's trio at Seaport, do they have something cooked up like that for Lone Wolf Lair as well later down the line? We kind of just don't know. What a game that was, though, to start off.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if this is because the zone was in the favor of Seaport, but these guys, they stuck around and then they literally team wiped Queasy's trio later on in the game, in the mid game. So I'm just wondering now, do Vico and Flixie look at the teams that are above them? And right now it's just Mali's team, and they go for them and they ruin their start of the game, their early game, I should say, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, that would be what I would
Egyelőre
love to
nem
see.
éri meg nekik annyira, ugyanis 100 ponttal vannak előttük. És hát azért nem tudom, hogy mennyire lenne nekik megérős, de meglátjuk, majd meglátjuk.
Every single game. And I'm not talking about Malibuca making it to the end game. I'm talking about Thomas getting his Tommy gun, the drum gun. And then every single game we have seen the observers cut to Thomas, ADR, and getting an elimination.
This here, though, he should never survive here. This was ridiculous. He should be eliminated here every single time. How he lives here is just classic Thomas HD. Aims insane. Drum gun, unbelievable. I mean, I've loved what I've seen from this team. It's funny because I called it out last time, Mini. In terms of eliminations, like total eliminations compared to some of the other top teams, it's like they weren't doing amazingly. Before the last game, it was only like 15.
Jobban álltak, mint amit végül sikerült kihozniuk. Ez a 10. hely lehetett volna egy kicsit jobb is.
Thomas is number 1 in damage individually of all the players in the lobby so far. Just keep it up, boys. It's been so fun to watch.
Damage does not guarantee you the victory royale. It does not guarantee you top 5, but can it guarantee them a spot in the global championships? We're going to find out because we are going to go back to our casters, Taco and Takako.
Most van a legnagyobb esélye egyébként csapatoknak bejutni.
It might not guarantee the win, but if you're able to get into that top 5, top 7, depending how it's playing out, you can get yourself a spot in the global championship. Pink and his trio currently in 7th place now, despite being 11th in the last match. It's those moments, Taco.
Legjobb 5 trió jut be jelenleg, és ez az a Major-ről a legtöbb trió jut be. Szóval majd meglátjuk, hogy ki lesz az, aki kihasználja. De ugye aki bejut most, az majd valószínűleg azért ott lesz az élmezőnyben a következő Majornél is. És hát akkor nyilván utána több ember. CND-ek nem tudom, eddig ide ukradtak-e. Meglátjuk, hogy mi van. Szia, Zalán! Mikor van a Flixi ismét ezt a
looking directly at Flixi, but Vico pays the price. Benno now trying to get the turnaround. Benno with the left side peek.
That's
not where he wanted to be, and they're gone from the lobby. Day 1 conclusion, and our second place team is down and out for the count. Malibuca walks in.
Na ez így rendkívül érdekes. Na most, ez viszont elég sok mindent eldönthet. Hogyha most esetleg Malibuca, Ping és Vox esetleg tudna egy jó gémet menni. Na, Mariuszek úgy látszik megnyerték a Flooded-Frogs fightot. Ismerem a Blox-ot? Igen, ismerem, de nem játszom vele egyáltalán.
They gotta find a way to stop Malibuca, or do they just want to claim the best placement possible?
I'm just not over the fact that it's Avahalo, Noms, and Twy for back-to-back matches now that have been such a nuisance towards Veno's team. Everybody thought it was going to be Savage, Vidal, and Reason who would have to worry about that trio. Instead, it's seemingly Veno's issue to deal with. But looking into day 2, we've got to close up day 1. First and foremost is iDrop. He's got to provide a little bit of support here now. 4 scroll. Sky, iDrop, hoping to get the double revives. Andy barging through on the other side of the wall, but iDrop with a not-so-friendly shot. It's going to force Andy to back up a step or two. And Andy, he was hoping to get away. Could be looking to be knocked. iDrop can't find the final closing shots. Sky still on the chase, though. He wants this pursuit of Andy.
I'm sure he could find it too. 'Cause now the shot comes through.
Megtalálták
goes down. He
Zendit.
just looked at him, didn't even take a shot back. He's like, all right.
Zandy.
I really thought he was more covered. It's just the way that Sky made that approach. I feel for Andy in that kind of position.
Unfortunate. You know, it's okay though. iDrop, Sky, and Scroll have been slowly dropping down. I mean, they were leading the pack with the 3rd and 4th place in the start of the day, but they haven't broken top 10 since then. 21st, 13th, 21st again. So hopefully they can kind of figure out this issue in the later part of the mid games.
Aha, most már Swizzijék azért figyelnek arra, hogy nehogy meglepje őket, ledobták a... Ledobták a... biztonság kedvéért a szkennert. De most nem kell aggódniuk, Venóék nem fognak rájuk menni, ugyanis már nincsenek bent a gameben.
So many issues, and we'll continue that in a moment. Got to see what happens first with iDrop as he takes out Jew. Waiting whether or not Finchek has managed to actually escape the vicinity is a totally different conversation. It does appear as though he's made it out. Maybe he'll be able to go for the reboot and bring Jew and Zandy back into this one, but iDrop, Sky, Scroll, they seem adamant to try and chase out that solo.
Ivan, not in the best of situations here with what, half HP, no shields. Cade on the other hand.
Idék ugrottak Mr. Savage-ék alá, ami azt jelenti, hogy Mr. Savage-ék konkrétan előzték maguk alól mind a két tímet, aki ott volt. Ami azt jelenti, hogy most már minden az övék ott. Ami azt jelenti, hogy nincsen semmi kifogásuk arra, hogy miért megy rosszul nekik a helyzet. Group stage-be jól ment. Utolsó 2 performance, vagy a performance cupon is jól ment, amikor ezen a rossz spot ide ugrottak.
And then you've got teams like Pablo, Ferdoxy, and Chino facing up and what's essentially become known as the Bermuda
Igen, Zalán, már mondtam, ismerem.
Feels like Takata, because the surge bases that have taken place here, they literally just form a perfect triangle.
It's crazy how that works, yeah. As the shots continue to come through. They'll be peaceful for now, though. I mean, they're just gonna continue doing the damage that they're looking for.
Ja, semmi baj.
Malibu in a similar situation. No worries, though, to kind of fight. You can see behind Walks, you saw all the loot they have stacked up. What's so interesting about Walks, though, is he has the most assists in the matches today at 44. And the player leading behind him is Malabuka with 30, and then Ping with 29. I mean, it just shows how well this trio has been playing together. They're always up, they're always helping each other, and they're literally the last trio standing in basically all these games, fighting it out in those final moments. So, you know, the consistency is deserved by how well this trio has been performing. But to get to that point, you know, you have to have solid early games, you have to have solid mid games, and they've done that every single match.
Hey, Malabuka did say 0 ping diff a while back. The moment that we knew that that trio was headed to boot camp together in Germany. And when you're leading the lobby by 100 points and then some for day one, it definitely distinguishes, you know, just what kind of impact they've sort of had today as a team. That chemistry really starting to flow amongst them. Other teams, though, still looking to try and overtake at least each other on the leaderboard. Second place especially, potentially being up for grabs since Veno's team was eliminated so early on. And a team like Sky, Scroll, iDrop, they definitely want to be included in that conversation. But it's not going to be an easy mission just because you say it out loud. That doesn't exactly put the play.
Yeah, it's interesting though. They already have, you know, 3 eliminations. They don't need to risk too much more. They have, you know, the pros of having the heals too. This part of the map, especially the west side, with so many teams contesting each other, it's one of those clusters that ends up having a bunch of players just staying in the zone and playing out their mid game, taking shots at each other, and later on making the rotates when it's already closer and closer to that end game. But
Na,
what a shot from Scroll.
Sky Scroll, gyors kill.
Just being Storm Warriors, essentially. You can find those early eliminations, but those
Pixie Marius és Vanya az, akiknek vissza kell azért hozniuk az elmúlt 2 game rossz teljesítményét. Jaj. Az kaka. Mr. Savage. És ja, azt hittem, hogy Mr. Savage elvesztette már mindkét csapattársát, de nem, megjött Rezon. Szép. Oh, de Rezon meghalt. Na mondjuk itt van baj.
Maybe even hearing some of that commotion taking place. Moneymaker faded. They want to get out of Canyon Crossing, but there are just so many teams in front of them looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's difficult for all the players here. And Mr. Savage, I mean, they've gotten 3 eliminations or more in every match except for the first one, but they just can't make it to the top 10. They keep getting eliminated in this portion of the match. Normally they make it at least to the end game, but not the final moments. Just so difficult to even make it to zone with the way this season's being played out. Like, if you do want to continue with the rotate and you're done kind of with the storm back and forths, it can be difficult with the amount of trios that just kind of waiting for you to rotate on through. That's the thing about these finals lobbies. You know,
Mr. Savage-et szinte megtalálták.
12 matches, you know at least a general idea of where they're going to drop and how they tend to rotate. So you can really base the playstyle around not only how the matches play out throughout the day, but also how they've previously played out to kind of stop these rotates, look in the feed, who gets eliminated, who gets knocked.
Teen itt rebootolja.
Look like they're gonna bring Teeny back in.
Volkoig után való fight-tal.
Finding the knock and then clean elimination onto Volko.
Majdnem elvesztett a csepet is, de
Didn't get to actually finish that elimination.
éppen sikerült megmenteni.
To Teeny's trio to bring him back into the action, but just looking at where the zone is pulling towards Takata, this is full benefits for Malabuka, Ping, and Wox. They're kind of just waiting for these teams from that southwest section as they trickle through. You know they're going to be a little bit more beat up than some of these other teams that might have already been based towards that northern position.
Látom, hogy Fny-ennek a rebootját szedték le. Mr. Savage-ék hegye alatt.
But it's
És
not
úgy látom, hogy egy
necessarily
elég is
putting
volt
themselves
nekik.
into a position where they can confidently try to just charge through that mid-map territory. They know that there are teams like Malibuca Ping and Wox just controlling too much of the flow of the lobby.
I mean, that's the pros of having that many heals, though, and you know, Storm only taking 1 damage per second here. They can make that decision to wrap all the way around despite it taking longer, and then not have to have the risk of, you know, the trios that are already based up kind of looking back. Malibuca Ping walks at Floodgate. I mean, they're looking all right, but zone is pulling a bit more east than some of the previous matches.
This also isn't anything like what we saw throughout the group stages, right? When it came down to that final lobby, we saw teams just kind of ripping through each other. They were just trying to start and finish fights as quickly as they could, and yet, because teams know there's still a whole 6 matches to work through in day 2. There's
Így
no
van.
point multiplier
Még van 6 meccs holnap.
deal with either. We don't want to cut ourselves short in day 1. It's a big part of the reason why we see teams still trying to be as calculated as ever.
Yeah, you're not like in the last match of a Div Cup or something. You're just like trying to do what you can no matter what. All the extra aggression, it is still being played out. Like when the day started.
Hát ez
Prototype
nem
is
sikerült
skill.
jól ez a
Wants to
3-2-1.
rotate through Malibuca's
Good.
builds. They don't want to fully follow though, as they will be able to look back at them.
Oh,
Sőt.
I mean, you send shots forward and you're not in zone. It's only a matter of time before somebody else decides to shoot back, right? No, Riley just taking advantage of the situation. Podesai gave away his team's position, but X-Weez getting straight to the punch here. Noah Riley has to immediately retreat to True Legs' surge base, find a little safety net with the rest of his trio, but that leaves Malibuca, Ping, and Wox to just continue their rotation undisturbed, because now True Lex's team, they're staring down at Podesai's.
Emi said Ihari. They got that VR, but it's kind of been a downward hill or slide from them since 12th to 32nd. Hopefully this time around they can figure something out. I like how kind of looted up, kitted up they are to play this one out. They're going to quickly choose to rotate. The zone didn't really pull towards them.
Even when you find a Victory Royale in a major finals, ooh, Seti definitely in some trouble. Saw his shields get cracked there.
Hát, Queezynek milyen
It's
izé,
difficult to retrace your steps.
milyen rossz a
To
lootja.
consistently create those winning
Csillag a
positions.
shotgun meg lila jár,
Especially when
fúj.
you're just at the mercy of the way that
Nagyon
the
rossz.
zones are going to be pulling. And while a lot of them have played probably a little bit more towards Cami, Seti, and Hari's hand, they're not the only
Nem is tudom,
team
hogy bír így
that's
élni.
been in a similar position. Swizzy,
Nem is
Queezy,
értem.
Murstache, they're trying to make up for lost time after an early exit, or at least it felt like an early exit in Game 5, because they never really had a chance to get their feet underneath them after Vena's initial play.
Most izénél is csak egy
Now they
laga
get to take their
shotgun van,
time.
basszus,
They
fúj.
get to dictate how they want their Game 6 to go.
And this is a great position to do so, right? You can see just how many trios are still in Seaport that have to make their way through, and you know, it could end up pulling far again,
Vanya
which would
Pixie
be even
Marius,
a
aha.
better shot
Aha,
at
aha,
getting those
aha,
tags,
aha,
but
aha,
the
aha.
positioning from Vanya Pixie and Marius, I mean, there's a reason they're 1800 above the
Ez nem
Scorchers
videó, ez
threshold.
élő
Part of the
adás.
factor might be that they have 4 eliminations already, but also
Izé, FNCS
the
Final
whole lobby
döntő.
can't even be chopped down really, so this is
Húha, 1800-an vannak a izé felett. Szép.
that is gonna be disgusting.
Próbáló
It's
meghalt.
messed up. Awesome how I see some. None of you are a fan though of Vanya's team. Khabib, Karama, Akira, and nice elimination there for Werix though. But Twy as a solo all the way back. That's what Akira's team is waiting on. And Twy knows better than to try and actually charge straight through. He wants to at least try and play
Oh.
for a couple of eliminations and yeah, just
That's
look back
gotcha.
on what went wrong. Just a team lurking at the bird. And nothing's ever guaranteed in a finals lobby.
6th zone. If this was 7th zone and I was Vanya here, just on the borderline,
Mi ez a beszéd? Hát kommentálják angolul.
could be the method here with that chance to pull back, but there's less odds for it to fully pull back to them being 6th, so didn't quite get the perfect RNG. Pink, Nebs, and Kiro, though, doing what they can, kind of minimize their risks, put themselves up in a good position here. Good odds for eventually pulling those later zones. Right beside Queasy, though, kind of a bit of a risky place to be. But all their focus is now is getting those shots on the players that have to rotate in. Luckily enough as well for all the ones that were at Seaport, they don't have to move very far at all.
Pink's team is low-key kind of cut off Queasy's, though. They're not going to be able to actually rotate in without having to deal with Pink's trio, I would imagine. And that could be a huge benefit for somebody like Malabuka, who's already taken notice of where Pink's team is based up and just applying some continuous tags, ping and walks. Also trying to take up separate lines of sight. They're in a very nice position, and the congestion that's built up elsewhere, that's going to be something that Thomas, Uppel, and Panzer have to deal with.
And they're chilling now, though. It's kind of just a matter of time. They're waiting to see in these 7 seconds where the zone is going to end up. The good thing is to have ideas of, you know, if it goes here, I can do this. If it goes there, I can do this. Kind of always being prepared. Northwest is going to be the place where it concludes right onto Akira's trio. Here they might even want to
Ajaj, 60-an vannak a threshold alatt, ez nem jó. Hopp, úgy látom valaki szerzett egy keveset, ez már 47-tel vannak felette. Nincs baj. Most már úgy látom, nincs baj náluk.
Teams that are already way out in front of
Oké,
them.
Seaport City
So when they start to actually cruise on
Storm,
forward,
ami
those
egyébként
teams
egész jól
might have
lehet
the same idea.
Swizzyéknek.
Just pay them a couple of tag visits.
Bármi meglepő.
Swizzy, Queasy,
Egyelőre nem ők vannak a legjobb pozícióban.
We're gonna immediately start trying to be some of the first ones into the next zone. Move too late, get caught up in the pack. Move too soon, and everybody that still needs surge is going to immediately try and tail you in the process.
Úgy látszik, Fredoxiék voltak fent a szigeten.
They managed to elevate themselves slightly and playing towards the front side with a little bit of hill
Szigetnek az elmúlt 2 szezonban nem volt olyan nagy jelentősége. Az előzőben inkább, de a mostani szezonban egyáltalán nem. És ez gyakorlatilag nem is látunk semmit, a kamerán pedig úgy döntött, hogy csütörtököt mond. Fuck yeah. Beszéltem. Hú, ez mit szóltak? Ez se jó.
Because of the bridge, the congestion is really going to start to build in those mid and low ground layers. Incredible scenes that Twiza solo is in such a prime spot, though. Not sure how long he'll actually be able to maintain it, but he can definitely be annoying to some of these other teams that are looking to just rotate through. Unscathed, Kiro, Nebs, Pink. One of our teams that could potentially be caught. A little bit more action than what they want. Just trying to heal up off the water sprite. They can tell, though, there's a team in heavy trouble, and they want to secure the body loot. Hicks, Darm, eliminate Demas, actually. Eliminate right in front of them. Mixin, Blaha, and Comeback watch.
Na, Vanya, Pixi, Marius, nekik kell ez a game. Rendkívül kell nekik ez a game. Szia Zalán, jó legyél. További szép estét.
They're currently in 9th place. They've dropped down out of qualifying rage for the global championship. Vico, Beno, Flixie are out though from the start of this game. It's a perfect opportunity to put themselves back in. I spoke about it earlier. This is a trio that knows how to convert those top placements to victory royales. They can close out these matches So hopefully with a bit of good zone pulls, with some nice refreshes,
Erre kíváncsi vagyok, hogy
but the big issue, the raid boss,
én ezt valószínűleg Mr. Savage-ék már nem élnek egyébként.
once again, incredibly
Őket azért
healthy as a
sem
trio.
nézem.
Completely set up.
Nem is látom őket sehol.
Somebody has to stop them.
Ezért valószínűleg Mr. Savage meghalt egyedül.
Somebody might be the zone pools
Úgyhogy
because it's bringing them into more traffic than what they'd been hoping for initially. Sticking a little bit more
Nekik
towards those
elszálltak
lower
a
layers.
LAN kvalifikációs álmaik és esélyei. Sajnos.
Completely spraying at the teams right next to them. Gotta be careful though. From the floor above, it's Twy. Still holding on, but only 187 above. Mustache, Swizzy, Queasy, they've claimed so much space in the low ground. But the way that the zone is starting to pull
Na nézzük meg ezt a shake-up. Noraili meghalt. Malibuka lebeamelte.
Out of some of these teams that are rotating in, but nothing that's translated to a knock for an elimination just yet. Still, where they are currently sat at is a very nice spot to be.
Pablo did an amazing job of tarping ahead while Fredoxy and Chino were able to take some shots at the back line.
És Pixi van Marius hátul. Vagy hátul. Hát hátul vannak, de a high groundon. Okosba.
Oh my goodness! Wait, Queasy might just get stuck with Thomas, Panzer, and Upple. Marius doesn't care though. He's in the high ground. And he's trying to maintain that elevated position, but
Swizzy hátulra megpróbálja átvenni a high ground? Nem. Túl magasan vannak a high groundon lévők. Tomaséknek még Storm Search kell.
But Thomas, he still wants more. He still wants to keep going.
Pixi leugrik. Swizzy megpróbál felnézni. Swizzy próbálja kicsoppolni. De nem tudják átvenni, Mariusék megtartják egyelőre. Így van, fel is tud menni. Száján. Pingvox Malibuka 8. helyen meghalnak. Na. Ez így talán egy esély lehet Queasyéknek egy kicsit feljebb jönni, bár ők nekik 150 pont volt a hátrányuk, úgyhogy nem hiszem, hogy ez olyan nagyon fog majd olyan fel fogja őket hozni, de az biztos, hogy legalább egy kicsit feljebb tudnak jönni. Queasy viszont meghalt, Swizzy egyedül marad, még azért ki kéne hoznia egy pár placement pontot ebből a gameből ahhoz, hogy jó legyen, még mindig egy ponttal, vagy egy 100 ponttal vannak lemaradva, minimum Voxékhoz képest, de valószínűleg az van 120 is, ugyanis azért Voxék is eljutottak a 9. helyig, és Swizzy meghal. Na nézzük, Vanya, Pixi, Marius. Thomas, Spencer és Apple is még itt vannak a top 5-ben, akár csak Kami, Seth és Harry, és Pignaps és Kiro is. Jelenleg nagyon sok trió van még hátra, Mariusék már lejöttek, Panzer tört, Panzer meghal. Itt most elég sok minden történt. Fönt azért Vanya még fennmaradt, és hát nézzük, Pinkék fel tudják-e szedni Nebzet? Nem. Pink meghal, és Marius, Vanya és Pixi megnyerik. Ha jól tudom, a második gémjüket ebben ezen a napon 6 gémről 2-t nyertek, ahhoz képest nem hiszem, hogy túlságosan előkelő pozícióban, maximum szerintem a 3. vagy 4. helyen találják magukat. Szerintem 3. lesznek egyébként. Tehát mindjárt meglátjuk,
too excited considering that it is just day one, but Marius, Vanya, and Pixie have earned this final closure of a victory royale here at Takata. They just played it cool, calm, and collected, picking off teams, picking off solos and duos, isolating players so perfectly.
És azért volt egy jó pár kigyük, ja. 9, 11, 12, Pinkkel együtt 10, ja, 10, mennyi? 14 kigyük volt.
Yeah, you love to see it. Round of applause for Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. They got the job done. But Taco, there's still a raid boss in the lobby. Malibuka's going into day 2 happy.
Na nézzük. Hát azért elhagyom közben, hallgassátok. Hát igen. Pinkbox Malibuka megtartja az első helyet, még több mint 120 ponttal, ami azért eléggé erős erős pozíció és erős pont vezetés, vagy mi az, jó Isten. Ez a legrosszabb gaming volt egyébként a mai napon, a 8. hely, 1 kill. Vanya, Pixie, Marius azonban a 14 killes első helyen feljöttek a második helyre. Azt hittem, hogy maximum 3/4-ek lesznek, de nem. Eljöttek második helyre. Amit viszont szintén meglep, az Chino, Pablo és Fredoxy. Ugyanis ők a második hellyel, amit szereztek, egy szép harmadik helyre jöttek fel, és hát simán el tudom képzelni, hogy még akár egy long kvalifikáció is kinéz nekik. Quizis, Fizi és Mercesnek ez a game se sikerült túlságosan jól, hogy amúgy nem sikerült rosszul, de nem segített rajtuk egyáltalán, ugyanis lejjebb mentek a leaderboardon egyet, a 6. hely 3 kill-lel, akár csak Thomas Apple és Panzer, akik a 4. hely 4 kill-lel szintén egyen lejjebb mentek, akiknek viszont tényleg nem jött jól ez a game, az Vico, Veno és Flixi, akik lejjebb mentek 4 hellyel is, ugyanis utolsók lettek 0 kill-lel. Pinknevski a harmadik hely 7 kill, 7-ek még mindig. Szetik, ami Harry feljöttek a 8. helyre, Skyscroll, iDrop az első 2 game után összeestek, és nem megy túljárságosan jól nekik, de még így is ott vannak a 9. helyen, akárcsak Dinos, Giras és Franek, akik szintén az első game-ük után nem sikerült oda tenni. Akik viszont javuló tendenciát mutatnak, az Reese, Tyson és Chicho, akik az első 3 game után egy 5., egy 9. és egy 7. helyet sikerült a második 3 game-ig beszerezni. Így már 11. helyen vannak. Vedil, Savage és Rezon pedig meghaltak a 24. helyen az előző gamebe, így az előkelő 18. helyet foglalják el jelenleg a leaderboardon. Sajnálatos módon. Így valószínűleg jelenlegi állás szerint igen, a top 7 kvalifikálja magát. Jelenleg. Amitől ők hát egy 150 pontra vannak, szóval holnap nagyon-nagyon meg kell húzniuk a holnapi napot ahhoz, hogy ők nekik bármilyenféle beleszólásuk legyen itt a top 10-be akár, ugyanis attól is már le vannak maradva 70 ponttal, szóval ja, nekik sokat kell tenniük sajnos, és nincsen 0 pontos trió. Nézzük a jó oldalát, úgyhogy ja, egész jó. De hát az érdekes lesz, hogy holnap ki fog nyerni. Pinkbox Malibuka ugye vezetnek 120 ponttal, és ezért azt viszonylag könnyű talán egyébként megtartani, de azok után, hogy Pixie, Marius és Vanya feljöttek a 9. helyről a másodikra egy game alatt, szerintem bármi megtörténhet gyakorlatilag, úgyhogy hát majd holnap meglátjuk. Úgyhogy ja. Hát kösz srácok, hogy itt voltatok. Találkozunk akkor majd holnap. a második nap eseményeit fogjuk majd megtekinteni, és hát, ja, kíváncsian várom, hogy mi lesz a végeredmény. Úgyhogy a holnap ugyanígy 5 órától találkozunk délután, és nézzük tovább a helyzetet, úgyhogy addig jó legyetek, és akkor majd találkozunk holnap. Na csősztök! Még aki nem tette volna meg, azért gyors feliratkozást dobhat, hogy 565 legyen. Na csá!